Fine, fine citizens of the Kigurumi Kingdom, it is time now to go on an epic adventure. A quality adventure that we ourselves will spin like the thread of fate from our fingers and cast it into the ever-vescent reality that we create together. Thank you for tuning in to the broadcast. I am joined by the magnanimous Baron Sheep. How are you today, Baron Sheep?
I'm doing pretty good, Trey. How are you?
Oh, sub right off the bat. Chrissy Cree. Thank you so much. 6 months in a row. Many, many, many thanks to you, Miss Chrissy Cree. I appreciate it greatly. So, citizens, I hope you are very well prepared for the adventure that we have at hand tonight. This is a reoccurring adventure in a persistent universe that Baron Sheep has sculpted with his masculine hands. And we are going to be adventuring once again and choosing some of subscribers in chat randomly via a voting mechanism that you can enter by typing into exclamation point DW into chat, I should say. And we'll choose from among you to join us on this 3-hour-long one-shot adventure. These one-shots, as I said, occur in sequence and in a persistent universe. And every chance that you get to play is a chance to sculpt the future of our persistent world. So I'm very excited to bring this on to you and invest into those that have invested into our broadcast by subscribing and have some special time together. So I want to say hello to everybody out there in chat. We got Nurk, we got Mindlord, JT, Chrissy Cree, we got Nate, we got Ms. Nani the Pup out there as well. We got Alan Go, we got UC Guy out there, Kronos the Dark, and a bunch of others. Thank you for joining us. That I do appreciate it. Oh, we got Nurk too. What's up, Nurk? How are you today? Anyhow, Baron, can you tell the audience what they have in store this evening in terms of quests and what the heck is going to happen if they get selected for this fine process?
Yeah, I suppose I could do that. First, I need you all to admire my tiny stein.
That is a very tiny stein.
Look at it. It's adorable.
It is. That's crazy. Where does one find such a tiny stein?
I have no idea. It was a Christmas present.
Okay. Noted.
One of my friends has consistently given me steins for Christmas for the past, I think, 3 years.
I see.
Yeah. All right. So, if you are selected, you will need a Roll20.net account.
Oh, wait, sorry, can I interrupt? I just realized one little silly thing that I've been doing. I realized that actually, could you speak through Discord so I can get your volume cranked up nice and plenty? I remember.
Discord.
Yep, and could you mute your mic on Skype?
Maybe?
Yep, I just remembered we did it all through Skype last time because you were so quiet for some reason. On the meter. There
we go.
That's great. Now go ahead. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. So first of all, you will need Discord, which we just set up, a microphone, 3 hours, give or take. It might go longer, it might go shorter, who knows. A Roll20.net account. They are free. They take like 30 seconds to sign up. Just go to Roll20.net. There's a create account button. When you do, there should be a thing that says display name. Please make your display name the same as your name in chat, so I don't know who's who, because it gets confusing. Yeah, so we're using a rule set called Dungeon World. This is not proper Dungeons & Dragons. It is Dungeon World because Dungeon World is much simpler. It's much easier to get into. When you join, you will pick a class and a name. And that's it. That's all you get to choose. Everything else is rolled for you. Literally everything else. Your stats, your skills, your gear, your gender. All rolled for you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. And your alignment, which is kind of crazy because...
Oh, yeah, and your alignment.
We need folks to play their alignments, which is pretty interesting, I have to say. In addition... You can hear me right now, can't you, Baron?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So in addition, you, like Baron said, you're going to need Discord, a working microphone, 3 hours of time, and Roll20.net. We already have everybody who is entered in by typing in !DW. So I guess we actually might start rolling soon. So if you have all of those things and you want to play with us tonight, I highly encourage you type !DW into chat right now to get a chance to enter. So
also, you have to be a sub.
Yep, that's also very true. You do have to be a subscriber. But in addition, I would recommend anybody to enter. Maybe you've never even played a pen and paper role-playing game before. Then this is the perfect session for you, because we'll help you along, we'll teach you how to play, and we'll be just right there to help you every step of the way. And we're here to capitalize on fun. So we're not here to be like, oh, this is super serious role play, blah, 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 herp, ivory tower rule set, and it's really not what we're setting out to do here. We're setting out to just have some fun on a Friday night. So if you're down with that, go ahead and type in !DW. We got 7 entries. We got 7 entries, which is the most entries we've ever had before. And I'm very, very excited about that. Only 4 of you will be chosen, though. Only 4 of you will be chosen. So, I wish you all the best of luck. We have some returning players. If you have played before and you've made a character previously with us, then you will be able to continue that character or roll a new one. What is that all about? So you'll be able to pick a completely new character if you wish. And let's see here. Oh yes, if you let me name your character, then I will give you 1 additional luck. Actually, I won't give you anything. Baron, the game master, will give you something. Oh, Snurball! Yeah. Thank you for that resub! 6 months in a row! Thank you very, very much. What a loyal Tritonite you are, sir. Thank you so very, very much. You will give up your spot if people who haven't played want in. No, don't. This is a raffle. No. This is completely egalitarian. This is why we do it raffle style. Nobody has to give up a spot. Everybody who wants to play can enter to win. And whether they're chosen is not up to me at all. So, let's go ahead and start rolling it out. Our first winner is Nate. I'm going to be updating our overlay as we do this. So, Reclamation player number 1 is going to be Nate. Ateulous. Natureless. Very good to have you among the ranks and in the party again, a returning player. Who is next? We got JT Wrecker. All right. Very good, JT. We have Pyro Serenus. Oh man, Pyro. I think this is a first time session for Mr. Pyro. Oh my god, long time sub, massive contributor of bits. He is an advocate for bagels, but we'll let it slide today.
No, we won't.
The game master won't. The game master won't let it slide. Negative 20 luck. Baron Sheep entered. That's funny.
I didn't think it actually took it if you put emotes after it. My bad.
That's okay. We'll just roll again. That just adds an extra layer of mystery to who the final person is going to be. And
that was the red herring entry.
Yep. And it's Mindlord. All right, Mindlord. You have rejoined us. Oh, why did it take out my line break? Beautiful. That is a full set of folks joining us this evening. Natureless, JT Wrecker, Pyro Serenus, and Mindlord. If you would be so kind as to get yourselves into Discord, we are ready for you. And it looks like everybody is present and accounted for. Let's go ahead and start dragging them in and do some introductions and sound checks. All right, we are joined by Nate. We are joined by Pyro Serenus, and we are also joined by Mindlord. Let's do some mic checks, starting with Mindlord. Can I hear your dulcet tones, Sir Mindlord?
Indeed you can. And I also have an optional voice changer for the extra deep infernal voice if I so choose to keep playing our Chippendale banana hammock.
Ooh. Oh, that'd be cool.
Would you like to hear that for a sound check?
Oh, yeah. Lay it on me.
So this is what Chippendale Banana Hammock could sound like from now on.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay, that sounds really good. Oh, my God. Okay, that's great. All right, Mr. Nate, how about a sound check from you, sir?
Oh, yes, baby.
I'm gonna have to turn you up.
Oh god, I forgot about the voice.
Oh yeah.
You love it, Bird.
Yeah, so the funny thing about playing with us is we have a house rule that if you ever make a voice while talking in a character's in-character narration, you have to continue using that voice for the entirety of the session. It doesn't have to be all sessions, but we enjoy Nate's voice a lot for this character. It's flamboyant, it's awesome, it's a welcome in our party at all times. So if he decides to do it, then I'd welcome it. Can I get another check from you? I turned you up.
Oh, yeah. Wait, do you want me to do my voice, or?
Oh no, that was perfect. That will suffice, sir. That will suffice. And then Mr. Pyro Serenus, can we get an audio check from you?
Is my mic up loud enough?
Yes, that sounds very good. That sounds perfect.
Okie dokie.
Mr. JT, can we hear your beautiful voice as well?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if I'd call my voice beautiful, but sure, here you go.
Very good. I'm just making a quick adjustment. A little higher. All right, that should do it. So let's go down the roll. If you guys would take a moment to introduce yourselves to the remainder of our amazing community, I would appreciate it. We'll go down the roll. I'll call your name. Tell us how long you've been with the community, and if you've ever played a tabletop game before. How about that? So we'll start with Mr. Pyro. How are you today, Mr. Pyro?
I am doing good.
That's good. How long have you been with the community here?
What is it, like? I want to say like a year and a half almost.
Yeah, if not longer, honestly, if not longer. And I really do appreciate it. You always heckle me with your amazingly, how do you say, devious contributions to the stream, where your comments are usually something that I read aloud and somehow slip up and say bagels instead of donuts and all sorts of things.
But that's because you're a bagel sympathizer.
I beg to differ, but I'm sure this conversation will be ongoing. How about you, Mr. Oh, and actually, Pyro, have you played tabletop games before?
I haven't played a tabletop game in good 15 years.
Okay. It'll be fun, I guarantee. We'll have some good fun tonight. And if you ever have any questions, just ask Baron or myself or anybody. We'll be able to help you along. And you'll find the Dungeon World's a pretty streamlined system. Mr. Nate, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. I got a new job, so that's good. Been a part of the community for almost 9 months. And I've played tabletops before. Couple times at a friend's house.
And you've played with us before. You're a rejoining character. Or you could. You have the ability to continue your character. That's great.
Yeah.
Man, 9 months flies by, Nate. Holy crap. You've made quite the impact in this community in 9 months. I think you're one of our top contributors, and that is amazing. So thank you very much for that, my friend. We have Mindlord. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well.
Ooh, did you stub your toe?
Oh no, I was just bypassing the voice changer. I needed to swap windows quickly for that, as I can do. So I've been a member of the community for over a year, probably about a year and a half at this stage. And
Wow.
for tabletop RPGs, mostly I started with Reclamation, but I have also been playing a Star Wars pen and paper game on Roll20, and we recently moved that to Tabletop Simulator for a bit of extra fun there. And in that game, I also use a voice changer for this character here. I play that game as HK, a HK unit.
Oh my god, that's amazing. So you're insulting meatbags and making a preface with what kind of statement you're about to make? Interjection.
Statement. I will blast the meatbags, master.
Oh, I love it. Oh, that's perfect. Thanks for being such an interesting member of our community. Over a year and a half. Jesus criminy. Dude, time flies, dude. And thanks for playing with us before. It's really good to have you back. I'm really interested to see what might be happening with your character this session, or what might be happening this session. All right, Mr. JT Wrecker, do you care to introduce yourself?
Introduce myself yet again. Well, yes. Been with the community for, over 2 years, ever since Evolve dropped. So, yeah, that's a good little while. And, let's see, you asked if we'd played Tabletop before. Prior to the Dungeon World Reclamation that Baron Sheep has been hosting, I've not actually taken part in one for a good long time. So this is actually really, really refreshing for me.
Hell yeah. Yep. And for those of you who do not know, JT Wrecker is one of our esteemed moderators, helping run the show and being a wizard behind the curtain, so to speak, and just making sure we get along and we get along well, and he's damn good at it. So I'm very glad to have you aboard. So, gentlemen, we will go down the roll, and you can simply tell us if you're going to continue your character from the past or if you will choose a new one.
Really quick, Pyro, I messaged you on Discord the link to join the game. Should be able to, once you have an account, just click that and we'll throw you in the game.
Good point. You will have to be joining us today. Then, once you have done so, you will be able to select from these amazing characters. Actually, do you care to read the classes while I open it on my second computer?
Yeah, I can do it. All right, so the available classes are the ones on the left-hand side of the screen. They are Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Immolator, Paladin, Ranger, Thief, and a Wizard. Like I said, all of your stats are randomized. If you are a class that gets spells, your spells are also randomized. Your alignment's randomized, your gender, everything. So that's all of them. Dungeon World is a very basic, very, very simple and easy to learn system. It is a 2d6 system, so anytime I say roll whatever, it's 2d6 plus whatever modifier, so strength, dex, int, con, wisdom, etc. If on your character sheet, once you guys get those, or those of you who have them in the past, next to the modifier, there's a little die. You can just click that, so when I say roll, plus your strength.
Oh my god! 25 months in a row from Harrison. Longest term subscriber, I think. 25 months. That's over 2 years. Oh my god. That reminds me, we gotta throw a special event sometime soon for our anniversary. Gosh dang. Thank you so much, Harrison. Oh my god. I'm just having shock. Not only, oh my god, I'm getting older, the stream's getting older. Sooner or later, we're gonna have to broadcast from a retirement home. Anyway, continue, Baron. Sorry about that.
So yeah, any of your stats, basically, you can just tell me what you want to do and I'll tell you what to roll. But if you go over in the top right of the, over the chat there's a little thing that looks kind of like a newspaper. That is your journal. Within the journal, there is a bunch of different stuff, including class references, what they look like, race references for if you know what the race is, because some of them are kind of weird ones. List of the NPCs, past loots if you had gotten loots in the past sessions, etc. So on the basic moves, here is basically everything you need to know. Hack and slash. Basically any melee attack is a hack and slash. And it's not just like, I attack him, and then he will attack me. No, hack and slash is an exchange of blows, and that is plus your strength, unless you have a precise weapon, in which case it's dex. Volley is throwing or shooting anything, and that is dexterity. Defy danger, you can do using whatever stat you want, as long as you can justify it. Defend is your constitution, that's defending somebody near you. Spout lore is one of the few things that I don't penalize you for failing, because it's just seeing what your character knows about a thing, and that's your intelligence. Discern realities is more just situational awareness, and it is your wisdom. And then, depending on how well you roll, you get to ask me questions from this list. Parlay is parlaying; it's trying to get something from NPCs. And aid or interfere, which is just aiding or interfering with your friends.
Very well put. Very well put. So I guess
in addition to that, you will also on your character sheet have a stat called Luck, and Luck is specific to this campaign. It's a homebrew house rule, because normally there'll be bonds, but since they're one-shots, bonds don't work because they're supposed to be multi-session things. So the way Luck works is after you roll, and so you see what the outcome is, but before I tell you what happens, you can decide to spend your Luck to increase your roll to make it better. And then you get Luck back by rolling a 10 plus. And then additionally, if you roll a 6 or less, which is a failure in this game, that's how you get experience. So if you ever roll a 6 or less and don't modify it with your Luck, mark experience on your character sheet.
Yep. Very good. Very, very good. So let's now go down the roll, and thank you, Baron, for filling us in completely. Just like you fill my heart. Let's go down the roll. Pyro, you are a first-time player. I don't think you have a choice but to make a new character. What class do you choose, friend?
I will go with Wizard.
Oh, we got a wizard, boy. All right, there we go. And Baron is going to now assign you a character sheet. If you go to the second tab on the right-hand side of your Roll20, you'll see something that looks like a folded piece of paper. You click on that and you'll scroll down into where it says past sessions character sheets.
Nope, available classes.
Oops, sorry, available classes, and you should see your character sheet there. And it'll say Pyro Serenis's Wizard in this case.
It says copy of Wizard because that's what it says when I copy the original character sheet.
Got it. So there you are. You are now a wizard. Now, sir, you have the illustrious choice of letting me name your character, in which you will receive 1 additional luck, or you can name the character yourself. What do you choose?
You can choose my name.
All right. Also, these character sheets are kind of weird because they're not really designed for this rule set. So when you open your character sheet, you'll be on Bio and Info, and then click over to the second tab that says Character Sheet, and that's your actual character sheet. And then where it says Copy of Wizard, that's where you put your name.
All right, sir. You are... Let's see here.
Wait, Trite, do you want to know race and gender?
Oh, please, yes. That'll really make this different.
He's an infernal female.
Oh, God.
Oh my.
Shit. Okay, another infernal. I usually play a dwarf and we don't get along so well, so this is interesting. But I'm going to have to metagame the name here. I can't name it like a dwarf would. Your name is Ebon Puff Dark Sprinkle. Ebon Puff Dark Sprinkle. Good luck to you, adventurer. Oh, man.
Well, hello there, Miss Dark Sprinkle.
Oh, goodness. This is going to be great. Nate, you have the ability to choose a new character or continue your past one. What do you choose?
Continue.
All right. You're continuing which character? Can you tell us a little bit about your character from the past session so everybody knows?
My name is Brawny Bulgenseps, and I'm a halfling barbarian.
Oh, thank God. Brawny Bulging Seps, the halfling barbarian, swinging around a big old two-hander as a little tiny... Actually, it's a medium two-hander as like a little tiny humanoid. Loving it. Just fabulous. Your character can easily be described as fabulous. What is the gender of your character?
Yes.
You're genderless, correct? if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure.
No, I'm not genderless. I am female.
Okay, female. Okay, good. Okay, all right. So it's going to be
I
good
was
to have.
confused there for a sec.
Right. Sorry. I know somebody in one of our past parties was genderless. I wasn't sure who it was. Mind Lord, do you continue your past character, or do you choose a new one?
I've been invested in Chip for quite a while, so I'll continue on with him.
Okay, could you introduce your character to our audience? Tell us a little bit about what your character does, what they are, and gender and alignment. Well, actually, you don't have to say alignment. That can be secret.
Well, it's been quite open frequently that Chippendale Banana Hammock, the Infernal Fighter, is a naturally evil character due to his infernal nature, but he is incredibly intelligent and strives to combat his evil nature with his willpower and intelligence. This has not always gone to plan when, out of frustration, he attacked another member of the party due to their lack of helping for a fight.
Very good. Very good. I hope you employ that voice changer now that we're going to be knowing that Chip is among us. Do you care to give the audience a taste of what Chip's going to sound like now?
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's going to be good.
So this is Chippendale Banana Hammock.
It's not different.
It's not different.
It's coming. It's coming.
Software is currently walked by some means. Hold on, I'll just have to restart it and Discord. I'll be right back. Continue on.
Yep, no problem. We'll be right here. All right, Mr. JT, do you roll a new character or continue on your past one?
I think I'm going to stick with my past role as Nikolai Oculaire, a human cleric. Now, cleric may not seem the most glamorous character, but it'll keep us alive, hopefully, especially as Baron seems to be ramping things up just a smidge.
Yeah, he does. And Nick is very reliable at healing and also being the anchor of the group. A very good man who is reliable at pushing through a tough situation.
That, and he often ends up being the straight man in the comedy routine, so yeah, he gets the funny reactions when other people are just being completely stupid.
Which happens a lot, actually, but
Always.
we encourage it. Yeah.
I think we've had, at least 3 or 4 sessions now where the phrase "keep it in your pants" has been relevant.
Yeah. Yep, that's 100% true. So true. Too true, in fact. So now, here is a crazy thing. Am I going to continue... I have 2 past characters. I have Carlor the Barbarian, and I have Soot Glitterwood Bright Flame. And we have plenty of chances to do our thing. Oh, I'm going to drag Mindlord back in. Boop. Hey, Mindlord.
Hello, sorry, I thought it appeared to be some kind of problem with the push-to-talk function.
Beautiful. We can hear you now. All right, so now is the moment of truth. Am I going to continue a past character? Am I going to roll a new one? I don't know. I'll tell you what. I am going to continue Soot Glitterwood Bright Flame, a ornery dwarf who is an immolator. Now, immolators, they control fire, and they are so adept at controlling fire that they do not wear armor. Oh my god, and they do not wield a weapon. It's kind of crazy. We are able to use the flame to cauterize our wounds away if we receive any at all, and we wield fire itself as our weapon is a burning brand. So I summon the shape of fire in any kind of weapon I choose and wield that as my weapon. So I will continue Soot. He is quite a feisty little dwarf. He is a seasoned warrior and generally just wants to see the world burn and will do anything, including pull amazing feats of social manipulation and mind manipulation to get what he wants. I'm excited.
All right. Pyro, something I should note as this is your first time. Since all of the stats are random, and so we don't give you a complete trash character, you can swap 2 of your stats. So figure out what your primary stat is, and then you can swap it with whatever your highest stat is.
So for example,
what's going to be the primary stat for a wizard?
I believe it's int.
you can also look at your primary spells too, the spells that you have, and see if it requires a whiz roll or an int roll.
Okay, where am I going to find that?
Okay, so casting a spell, I'm actually going to open it on your character sheet because I can access your character sheet right here. Boop. So clicking these little checkboxes opens up the spells and everything to give you more details and stuff. Yeah, plus your intelligence. So you might want to swap your dexterity and your intelligence.
That is going to be what I'm going to swap.
All right, you can go do that if you like. I can do it for you.
Do it. Okay, and while he's doing that, I'm going to point out the fact that in our subreddit, which if you are not currently a follower of our subreddit, the only thing you have to do is type into chat !socials. Our subreddit will be one of the hyperlinks in there. Make sure to follow it because every week we post our quests for this, or this is a bi-weekly event, so every off week we post the quests in there. And actually Baron was going to start a new event in our subreddit that was kind of like a choose your own adventure where the highest upvoted comment gets to take an action in said adventure. Do you care to tell us a little bit more about that?
All right, so we hear those of you in chat that aren't subs, we appreciate you. You're just as important. And since this is subs only, we wanted to give you guys something. So it's going to be in the same world, but not necessarily the same town. You will all collectively control a character. I will tell you what's going on. If there are general, like, what does this thing look like? I'll answer those kind of questions in the comments. And then after 24 hours, if the top comment is an action and it has over 5 upvotes, that's the action that your character takes. And then I'll make another post saying what that action did and what the situation is then.
That sounds like so much fun. But the key is there, it's going to have to get over 5 upvotes. That means there's going to be the dire need for many folks to start actually participating in our Reddit, because I think the highest thing that has ever received upvotes is 3. So not such a good track record thus far, but with your participation, things could go swimmingly. And who knows if that character might ever cross paths with our adventurers in our bi-weekly event. Who knows?
And I will just note, I will get that going as soon as I can find a form-fillable PDF version of the character sheet, because those are weirdly difficult to find.
Yes, they are. So I suppose without further ado, we will be beginning our adventure. And one of the things that we like to do before our adventure actually begins and before we start actually role-playing is we kind of like to pick the quests. So as we mentioned before, our subreddit, has the quests for the session in there. There won't be any dances this stream. I'm sorry, everybody. We're going to have to pay very close attention to our adventuring and do our role playing, and especially since this is going to end up on YouTube, we just gotta push through it. But I want to thank everybody who has subbed again tonight, and you guys are amazing. I'll update the goal to be like a question mark for infinity or whatever, and then yes. So Baron, will you read out our quests, and then we will all have to choose which quest we're going for, and that'll be when the adventure starts.
All right. I should also note those of you that are coming back for continued adventure that have picked up your old characters, give yourselves 5 additional luck. So in your downtime, you've gotten a little lucky, giggity, and you now have 5 more luck than you had previously. All right. Your quests this week are obtain from an elemental Eckhart Brom has requested water from an elemental for reasons unknown. Whether it is given freely or taken by force is up to you. There has been sighting of a water elemental to the east of town. Investigate the scraping sound. This one's changed slightly. The scraping sound that was heard to the south of town has now stopped, which is arguably more disturbing. The cause was unknown, but it seemed to be getting louder before it stopped. Eradicate the Naga Coven. A coven of Nagas has been seen patrolling the forest to the southeast of town. Hunt them down and kill them all. Quest from a new mysterious patron. Dramatic pause.
Dramatic.
A woman has shown up in the tavern wanting to hire some adventurers. She is always sitting in the corner and wears a heavy hooded cloak that hides most of her face. And then there's some bonus stuff in there for those who want to go read it.
Mm-hmm.
So, adventurers, what do you choose?
Will we have an option to actually speak with this woman before deciding to take her quest or not?
Yeah, you can go speak with her.
That'd be my vote to at least see what she has to say before deciding to yay or nay this time around.
I'm gonna go with. Let's see. I'm gonna go with Naga Coven because my goodness, that just seems like fun. Just killing a whole camp full of Naga. What say the rest of you guys?
Why are we killing this Naga Coven?
Because the Duke said, oh shoot, I guess I should have laid a little bit more groundwork. Okay, so the Duke Eckhart Brom has a nice little keep and a lovely little town. And by lovely, I mean it's fucking ransacked. And because of its being ransacked, he has put on an all points bulletin for adventurers to help make the town a better place, rebuild it, and secure it so business can continue as usual. And because of this all points bulletin, all sorts of adventurers are traveling from far and wide, and there is kind of like a steady stream of adventurers in and out of the town. The way that things work is that when a new adventurer shows up in the town, they go to the inn, they talk to the guard captain and or the duke to get a mission, and usually groups of about 4 or 5 are built up by these folks, and you've been staying here for a while, you've gone on a couple adventures, every group that you've gone on is more or less different, or if you've adventured with us in the past, maybe we've crossed paths, but you kind of just wake up in the morning, go down to the inn, you get your job so you can make your coin and get on with your life, and this day is no other out of the ordinary day. You're just trying to make some coin, you're showing up, reporting for duty, and goodness knows who's going to end up in your party. You got no idea.
I should also note that the reason that his town is ransacked is because the emperor of the empire that you are currently residing decided to wage a war and aid the Fae, and the war lasted 13 years. And so most of the Duke's men, including himself, were off at war, and the town got overrun by evil while they were away. So he came back, and he asked the emperor for help, and the emperor kind of just ignored him. And so now he's giving out this all points bulletin.
So that's who you are, and that's why we are now choosing a quest out of character. It's more or less just to speed. We've played a couple sessions in the past where we just couldn't get out of town to help, like, to save our lives. So we also couldn't pick a quest to save our lives. So we're kind of doing it out of character to just push things along. So my vote's for the Naga. JT wants to at least investigate the woman. It might not be his final choice, but he at least would like to talk to her.
How does you investigate the woman?
Okay, there's 2. How about the others?
Yeah, investigating the woman sounds like the smart thing to do at the moment, though I'm leaning more towards the investigate the scraping sound at the moment.
Okay, I think that's a quorum then. Let's go ahead and drop on into our session and start playing our characters. And we'll have Baron play us in, lay down the setting, and then we shall begin with talking to this woman. Anybody can take the lead, and Baron, care to start the scene?
All right, so you guys enter the tavern after you have formed up Eckhart and Tritherhearth are sitting at their normal table. Eckhart is reading through a very large book. Tritherhearth is playing one of those tiny little like hand accordions. In the corner is the mysterious woman. Behind the bar is Grafolk, the very jolly innkeeper. And if you guys look in your journal, there's actually pictures of all these people. So like I can show this to you. This is Eckhart. That's what the Duke looks like, etc. So yeah, the woman is sitting in the corner. She has a drink, but doesn't want to appear to be drinking it. What do you all do?
Well, I'm sitting possibly at the bar itself, muttering about how annoyed I am that I haven't been able to get my sword fixed yet.
Are you visibly annoyed?
Yes, a little bit.
All right. I'm gonna go up. You said you're sitting?
I'm sitting there, I haven't drunk anything, I do not partake in such menial drinks as alcohol, but I'm sitting there, possibly staring between Jabberjaw, the sharp-toothed dagger, and my own signature sword.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Mr. Soot is going to get up because of his short stature. He's gonna get up and walk along the bar's like bench seating. I'm assuming it has like long bench seating. I'm gonna walk down the bench toward you, and I'm gonna go, "Oh, what's the matter? Are you sad about your broken weapon?"
Yes, it has been chipped, mind the pun, for some time now. Unfortunately, when I went to the forge to ask to get it fixed, our friend who we helped so well with the excess amount of success in our mission said that he is too busy to repair my sword at the moment. It's a bit unfortunate, really.
Aw, poor Chippy's sword's got a little chip in it. Do you expect me to care?
Grizzleworthy, bringing up this again, I thought we established that we wouldn't judge each other by our race.
I mean, you have proven your worth. Quite a few times, actually. And you have saved my skin. And that is not very typical for people of your variety. But dwarves are good at many things. Two among them is drinking and holding a grudge. I remember
And
the
so,
mountain.
actually, Nick is going to walk up behind Soot at this point and put his hand on his shoulders and say, actually, if memory serves, the glitter notwithstanding, I think I observed you also have a talent for shaping metal with your hands, true?
Ah, very astute, Nick. Yes, I should have expected you to be so observant. Maybe I could help you, Infernal, but you're going to have to tell me why I should.
Well, whilst I do have the sharp-toothed dagger with the spirit of the shark inside it, and it is quite powerful, it is not the most useful for every situation. Of course, this is my own signature sword. It is a weapon that is very dear to me, and in its current state, it is, while not in danger of becoming more damaged at the immediate moment, it is still very dear to me. If you do help me repair this, if you can, without damaging it further, I would be grateful to you, my friend.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. This might be just enough turning of the table to make me start to like you, kind of. So, you got this dagger here. What do you reckon this dagger's made out of?
Well, the dagger itself is a quite large shark tooth, but within the... And, let me just bring it out. Yes, the blade of the dagger is a giant shark tooth, and it has a small handle, as you can see. The thing that makes it most interesting is that the spirit of a giant shark lives within it. Jabberjaw, as he's called.
But your signature weapon, I think, is the one that he's trying to repair, yes?
Yeah, that's
That
true.
is correct. It is this weapon, and I pull out this large, ornate sword with kind of Celtic-like runes along it. And it's not a big, heavy sword. It's very, very sharp, immensely sharp, despite the chip within it, and very well weighted for use perhaps in a single hand. It's a more precise weapon than your average long sword.
All right, I think I can work with this. I think I know what to do. So, hand it over. Let me see this chipped chip sword.
Please, to be careful with it.
All right, Baron, I am going to initiate handcrafted. It says you may use your hands in place of tools and fire to craft metal objects. Mundane weapons, armor, metal jewelry can all be formed from their raw components. You may unmake those things as well, but you do so, you need to be safe. You need to be defying danger in your every roll as well. But we are in safety, so I can actually start this.
You'll notice it says mundane weapons.
I do notice this, so I'm wondering
But
what.
he's not crafting the weapon either, he's simply repairing a piece of it.
Can I use a ritual to revert the weapon?
Revert it to how it used to be.
Correct.
I mean, you can always do rituals. It just depends on how long it would take, and if you want to take the time now to do it.
All right, I got an idea. Here we go. All right, I've inspected this sword enough. I see that it's very complex. Whoever crafted this was a true master. I'm not sure just with these objects here that we could even get it back into good working condition. That is, maybe with some magic we could accomplish this. If any of you folk would care to aid me in this endeavor, we might be able to pull it off.
And so Nick is going to hold up his ring, which is a symbol of 3 separate eyes on it, and says, "The God of Knowledge Faras will certainly give us what we need to make sure we do it right. That will reduce the chance of us failing, certainly."
Okay, great. The God of Knowledge is probably exactly what we need to help me understand how this sword was put together. And Wizard, I don't think we've met, and I think you're a wizard. Is that a wand in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Or both.
As you've spoken about our race earlier, I am an infernal.
I know what you are, spiky one. I'm willing to cut this one some slack, but you're a little unproven.
Let the proof be in the pudding.
Hello there, how are you doing? I didn't see you sitting there. So you were a wizard?
That is correct.
Oh my. Well, would you be able to help me repair my sword? It is a family heirloom after all.
I do not mind.
And what kind of magic is it that you wield, wizard?
I'll be performing a ritual on this sword to revert it to its previous state.
Oh,
A time reversal.
okay. You're gonna dumb it down for us, huh? Well, I got an idea for you. So, you see, we've got this real fancy blade. The metalwork is intricate, folded steel, and all sorts of ornate jewelry. I'm not so good with jewelry, but I'll tell you what, the metal part I can deal with. And we got this dagger here. It's enchanted. Magic seems to be your thing. It's got the soul of a big shark in it. Helps him sniff out things like blood and other such things. It's a pretty useful trait, but the dagger itself can't really chip armor. So what do you say we try a little experiment? Let's try to take this soul that's trapped in this dinky little dagger, and let's spice things up a bit, and maybe interject and inject some more magic into this sword while we've got the hood up on it, so to speak.
And I would imagine that with the combined efforts of all of us, the ritual itself would not need to be the only method at play. But I think that combining your talent with the heart of fire, Soot, the knowledge of how to do it right, and the magical empowerment of our new companion's ritual, this should be doable, yes?
Well, I'm hoping so. I don't
This
really
is
know.
something that I was thinking of doing sometime in the future myself, if we could do it. It is a skill that I can learn naturally, but if we could do it now, then that would be fantastic.
So yeah, just something to note. The fighter later on, once he hits enough levels, he does get an ability to put magic items onto his sword and fuse them together.
What? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Level up. Yeah. I did pick up a talent. I could actually pick up that talent instead of the one that I picked up at the end of last session. If that would make things go easier for this session.
I kind of like the risk involved, but
I'm not saying you guys can't do it. I'm just saying, heads up, he can do it for free later.
Well, this is also going to get us to repair it, which right now is, we're kind of having to do it out of band to do it this way.
Mm-hmm.
And the forge guy's busy? God damn it. What did we even get that thing going for?
Well, we'll head there after this, but first things first, let's, I think we've been talking about this enough. Baron, why don't you tell us what we need to do roll-wise to make this happen?
Okay, so first of all, as you guys are, getting ready to do this, Triller goes, hey, he, stops playing, goes, you doing magic? Take it outside. I want my bar trashed. And the bartender goes, your bar? Shut up!
Haha, fair enough.
So,
outside we go.
So, would our wizard friend, whose name, Ebb and Puff Darksprinkle, would you roll your intelligence to cast your ritual? We'll see how you're basically all going to aid Trite in his recrafting of this thing. Ebb and Puff to maintain the magical property. JT to instruct them on how to not kill themselves doing it. And then Trite, you'll actually do the forming.
Okay, you haven't explained how to do rolls yet, because that did not succeed the first time.
Alright, so open up your character sheet. And then go over to the second tab there where it says character sheet. And then just where it says intelligence, and then right below it says 1 int, there's a little d20 next to that. Just click that. Alrighty, 8 is a partial success. So if you would like to, you can spend 2 of your 12 luck to make that a full success, because otherwise a partial success means you get some of what you want, but not all of what you want.
I will use my luck.
Alright, so go ahead and reduce your luck down to 10. JT, would you roll your intelligence, or your wisdom, really?
I'd say wisdom in this case, because I'm basically commuting to get the knowledge necessary.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and roll your wisdom. Ooh.
I'll spend the 4 luck. Let's make this a full.
Alrighty, and then Trite, do you actually have to roll to do the... yeah, you have to defy danger. So go ahead and defy danger with your dexterity, because you're trying to, forward to these two things together and fix it.
Let's see here. Since when I use my burning brand, it says I'm allowed to use my int as strength or dex. And I know that's my melee weapon. It's a different spell. But do you think I might be able to lawyer my way into using int for this roll?
No, because you're trying to actually like form this thing. You're heating up your hands. And
Okay.
then you're trying to form it with your hands. So it's a dexterous thing.
No, all right. I'm ready. I don't have very good dex.
So just roll, and then we'll add 2 to it. Do you want to spend some luck on that, Troy? Because
That'd
that's a
be
partial
3
right
luck.
now.
That's a partial? Oh, it is a 5. Well,
Because he added 2 to it.
right, because I'm getting aided. Okay. Would it take 3 to become a full success?
Yep.
I will spend 3 luck. I have 2 remaining.
All right. So you do this. You heat up the blade. You like push the dagger down into it. You smooth out the edge of the blade that's chipped, and you kind of fix the runes that you displaced by pushing the dagger in. Your wizard friend re-enchants the runes while your cleric is guiding them all the way. After a moment, you all kind of stop, and there's this... I don't know if you've ever been around a large explosion or like thunder that's really close to you. You just get that like hit in the chest by like a sound wave kind of thing, but there's no sound. You just all feel kind of hit in the chest for a second. And then the sword starts to kind of stop glowing and cools back down.
Oh, that was weird. I think it might have worked.
When you do the job
I
right,
inspect
you don't
my
need to worry.
new blade?
What was that?
Can I inspect my new blade? What would that be? That would be... discern realities on my new blade.
Alrighty, go ahead. Let's roll your wisdom.
I'm going to spend 6 luck on...
Okay. Do you even have 6 luck?
I have 22 luck.
Oh my god! You can carry the whole session.
Chip's been doing a lot of defense, which means he hasn't had to spend luck.
Damn.
All right. Go and ask your 3 questions from the discern realities list.
Okay.
And they are: what happened to you recently? What is about to happen? What should I be on the lookout for? What here is useful or valuable to me? Who's really in control here? What here is not what it appears to be?
First of all, and most importantly, what happened here recently to make sure we actually managed to do that successfully?
Yeah, you can feel as you're holding the sword. I mean, it's hot, but you can more or less stand it. And you do start to like pick up like, oh, there's blood that way, and there's blood that way, and like it's kind of fading in, like it's fainter than it used to be, but it seems to be slowly picking up as the two melt together.
Fantastic. What here is not what it appears to be. That could be quite important.
As the sensation of the blood picking up increases, it almost starts to amplify more than it should, and you're smelling tons of blood coming from below you.
Oh, it doesn't appear to be a problem with the new blade. It seems to be a different problem entirely. And finally, what here is useful or valuable?
Wait, pause! Sub goal! 25 months in a row! Miss Naughty the Pup, thank you for that. 25 months. You may continue.
All right, you said what here is useful or valuable to you?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I mean, you've got this sword that is now not only not useless, but now also has an additional magical property. And you're not carrying as much. Like it's one thing instead of 2 things.
Brilliant. Does it aside from my original sword and the magical properties that of the smelling the blood, does it gain any bonus stat?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, it had the +1 to damage from the original Jabberjaw. Does that carry?
Oh, yes, it does. And I believe his other. Did your other weapon also have a +1?
And messy and forceful, I believe it was.
Yes. So yeah, it does. It just all the properties transfer over. So if you want to just add those to your signature weapon. All right. So it's still like cooling. You should like hit things with it like immediately, but within like an hour or so, it should be fine.
Well,
I turn to my old friends, Sir Grittlewood and Nick, and of course our new, very lovely infernal friend here, and thank them deeply for it. This is something that I cannot repay in mere words. It will be my actions that determine my gratitude to you all. As a side note, there does seem to be a large amount of blood right below us. In fact, I can smell it quite strongly. It's immensely strong. But there were other things that we wanted to do.
Is it that time of the month for the other infernal over there? Are you okay? Are you bleeding?
I punched Trightmare.
It's not that kind of blood.
Oh,
Are you trying to do damage or just like slap him?
Slap.
All right. Yeah, you just slap him. He's dumb enough that he doesn't avoid it. Given past encounters, I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
Ah, watch it! Do not slap me. We are not nearly.
Okay, wait. Nick puts his hand on the dwarf's shoulder and says, "I think you deserved that one. Let it go, because if Chip is correct, we have more pressing concerns. You said blood below this town."
Yes, massive amounts of it. It's almost a bit overpowering.
Concerning. I'm wondering what the cause for that could be.
Well, funny you ask that. I would like to consult the spirits that reside within my signature weapon, and that was both the original heirloom and now the spirit of Jabberjaw himself. And that will give me an insight relating to the current situation. And I might be able to ask some questions in return.
Do what you may.
I know nothing. I'll spend some luck on that to make it shows full partial success. So on a partial success, the GM will give me an impression of what is going on here.
So you try and commune with the ancient spirits in your blade. They are a bit confused because there's a new spirit there, but this spirit is just as old, so they're just kind of feeling each other out, getting to know each other, poking each other in the stomach like the Pillsbury's Doughboy, etc. That's how spirits communicate. Don't judge me. And they're not entirely sure what's happening, but they help Jabberjaw focus, and it's fresh blood. It is still being spilled, and it's from multiple sources.
And I relay that to my friends. Do we know how to get down below the town? And just how many of there are? Four of us here. I saw Brawny back in the tavern. Do you think we should grab her along as well?
This may be related to the scraping that was south of town. It has since stopped. But we should probably see what information we can gather before attempting to go south to go down, if that is indeed what may happen. So Nick could actually try to commune with Forrest for such information here, if you think that is something I could feasibly do, Baron. Or do you think that'd be just to discern realities?
What are you trying to discern, sorry? Like what's...
Discern the most direct means, or indeed discern what we can find out of what's going down with this blood that Chip has identified.
You'd probably have to commune with their god.
All right, let's see here. What's the actual thing? Divine guidance. When you petition your deity, I mean, I could do either guidance or divine guidance. Guidance just gives me a direction. Divine guidance says when you petition your deity according to precept of your religion, which in this case is giving information, you're granted some useful knowledge or boon related to your deity's domain. So I could have Nick commune with the knowledge of the blood and the fact that something is happening below the town, and see what Forrest can grant us about a way down there.
Is that what you want to do?
I think it is, yes. So Nick is going to actually walk over there to Chip and say, "Hold your weapon out for a moment, would you please, Infernal? I think I need to get a closer look at this."
Of course, Nick. Anything that I can do to assist you for.
All right, and so Nick is going to not going to touch the blade because it's still really hot. But he's going to kind of hold his hand over it, the hand that's got his ring of his deity of knowledge, put it close there, and just sort of commune on the fact that we have discovered something new, something that lies hidden beneath the earth. There is blood there. We need to know what means from this surface can be used to get down there and find its source. Is this the scrapings that have been heard to the south and have since stopped? Or is there another way, another means? How do we get down there?
So, my lord, you feel like somebody's pulling on your sword.
Can I see that it's not Nick actually physically pulling on the sword?
Yeah, he's got his hand just like hovering above it.
Nick, I think your deity is trying to steal my sword, or something to the effect.
He provides
Something
direction.
uncomfortable
It
with
does
it.
not simply take for the sake of power. Knowledge is worth more than steel. Let him guide it. Let him point it where it
I see.
goes.
So I slightly lessen my grip on the sword, which was previously held a bit tighter due to the tugging sensation, and let it guide, let it fall basically where it wants to go.
All right, the tip of the blade swings around, and it points at the castle.
The Duke's castle.
Yes. And then it stops for a second, and then it kind of moves ever so slightly, just like a tiny bit. And it's pointing to a very specific part of the castle.
Oh, I see. Nick, do you see that? And, Sutton, our new infernal lady friend here. Do you see which way the sword is pointing?
The only thing I'm seeing right now is red. And I just stare at the stark sprinkle.
I'll cast light on the area.
It's like, a mile out or so. It's up a hill. You don't really have that kind of range. But yeah, it is pointing more towards this part of the castle.
Okay. Like the lower ramparts, I guess.
If Faras guides us true, which of course he would, then that would mean the castle is connected to the blood beneath the town. the blood you say is still being spilled. And that castle, that is the lady they said wished to speak with us, yes? Not the one in the tavern. The Queen of Crows. Her minion spoke with us at the end of our last fight with the Throm. It would seem she has been busy.
Perhaps we should talk with this lady at the tavern then to see if she has some relation to this Queen of Crows.
I'm not so sure of that. I get a really bad feeling from that place. And if you tell me there's blood, I'm not so convinced.
All I know is that this new lady just showed up after we were just told that our presence was requested. It's a coincidence. It may be nothing more. But in the interest of speeding this along, let's have a word with her real quickly to see if she or what she requests has any bearing on this.
Yeah, that sounds fine. So long as this one doesn't stir up any trouble.
Well, don't make any improper implications, and I suspect she'll have no reason to, my friend.
They were literally born of evil. To expect anything else is uncommon. And I look at Chip. Uncommon to say the least.
Oh, Littlewood, you crack me up sometimes.
Is this blood accessible in any way?
No, like you can't see it. He has a magic item that allows him to sense blood in the area.
Yeah, and we just did a ritual that basically told us the closest or only way to get down to this blood below the town is to go to the castle, which has previously been deemed basically really inaccessible to us.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see what this lady in the tavern has to say, Baron.
All right, so you all go in. You collect your final party member, I assume, and you go approach her. She's like sniffing at her drink, and then takes a very small sip, and then sets it back down.
Ronnie, hello there. Is there something wrong with your drink?
I'm talking about the woman in the corner, not Ronnie.
Oh. Is Ronnie also sniffing her drink?
All right, so Nick'll step in here to try to move this along, and he'll say, all right, my understanding is you're looking for some hired swords, and you're just recently coming here, so you're in competition with the Duke's own blanket request for assistance. We're rather curious what's going around here around the town, and so we're certainly willing to hear you out, at least to see what request you have to offer.
She she didn't notice you walk up, and so when you start talking, she like kind of jerks up and looks a little bit. Her face is still mostly covered by her hood. For what you can see, she looks fairly young. And she goes, yes, I am very aware of the Duke's requests. And I actually asked his permission before posting my mission. There is a tree near here that is very religiously important to my people, and it is being, quite frankly, corrupted by a witch, and I would like you to get rid of her.
Do you mean burn her? Burn her at a stake, possibly? I mean, make her into a stake? I don't know, the possibilities are really kind of endless here.
She goes, how you get rid of her is up to you, as long as you are gone and you do not harm the tree.
By fire it is!
Where does this tree lie?
She says, it is northwest of town. And she like pulls out a kind of crudely drawn map of the area and shows you roughly where. She goes, it's not hard to find there. You should find a ill-used, but still a path leading there, and then there are some standing stones around the tree.
Interesting.
What do you say, little one? Are you brave enough to go against a big, mean witch? Are you afraid the witch is gonna eat you like a little snack? Actually, I don't even see you. Where are you, Brawny? Where are you hiding? You're so tiny. It's easy to lose you.
You're one to speak. You're tiny too. I've always been here.
I am short. There is a difference between short and tiny. I am thick and muscular. I'm just gonna flex real good. Let me see what you got. Hit me up with those biceps.
Ew. Could you, please stop?
That's what your last name is, isn't it? Bulging Seps? Let me see the bulging Seps, Brawny.
Fine. Whatever.
All right, Trite, they put yours to shame in so many ways.
Oh, God. Each one's like a mountain. A tiny little mountain. All right, you can stop. All right, quit showing off.
Okay.
All right, so Nick is going to try to gather everyone a little bit away from the woman and say, well, it would seem that her quest, while potentially of note, has little bearing on the blood. It would seem that right now, pursuing it may be beyond us. We could try and go towards the castle, but if our encounter with the minion last time was any indication, I suspect we would be no match for anything we would encounter there. So, our choice then lies between assisting the witch, slay the Noggers, or pursue the scraping which has since stopped. What say you?
If time is of essence, then the scraping sound seems to be the thing that has the most bearing on the smell of blood. In my opinion, though the other tasks could be quite enjoyable if we want to go for some hard combat, I believe we should go for the scraping sound.
That would have been my thought, my friend Chip, except what the woman just stated is that a tree is being ongoingly corrupted. Therefore, we have two quests, I'm afraid, where time is of the essence. It is most concerning that we cannot do both.
Well, I'd never pass up an opportunity to burn a witch at a stake. Or burn a witch stake. Whichever. Whichever witch stake you want. As long as we burn the witch.
I love how single-minded your character is, Trite. It's fantastic.
What say you, Brawny?
So anything to do with secrets, because us halflings, we love to discover secrets and unsecret them.
You would make a fine follower of Forrest, my little friend. Secrets are indeed a thing to discover. The question is, which poses the better secret, the scraping sound or the witch?
I prefer to investigate the witch in case there's any new spells I may learn.
That can be a good consensus then.
How do we know the infernal witch herself isn't going to ally herself with our supposed enemy? I've not seen you around town before. Maybe she's an agent of the witch we seek to destroy.
Soot, she just guided your hand in reshaping an enchanted sharp blade. Had she meant you harm, she could have just let her focus slip, and the blade would probably have blown up like your previous metal crafting attempt.
The first demon out of the portal of Mount Athun gained the trust of a dwarf and led that dwarf to turn his back to his entire species, and that was our king. And I don't think that I can just go around trusting everybody who tries to gain it.
Perhaps the Infernals away from Athun are more trustworthy. But
I don't even care for this tree. I just want to gain more knowledge.
I'll keep my eyes on you.
and Nick is just gonna look at the Infernal and say, well, goodness, Forest could have quite a new congregation here, but I think that settles it. So, I think we're going to help this woman stop whatever corruption is afflicting this tree, but in order to address the other cause as well, before we depart, let us speak with Trither. Let him know of our plans. Let him know to be cautious of that scraping south of town. Perhaps bolster the watch there just in case.
Alright, so you want to speak with Trither first?
Sure.
Alright, so you go over and he's like playing his his little like hand accordion, and he's looking at his drink, and you can kind of tell he's trying to figure out if he can somehow drink and keep playing at the same time. Like he kind of keeps trying to grab the handle with a hand, and he's like, now maybe the other hand.
I lift up his drink and hold it to his lips and very carefully help him drink some of it while he still plays.
Alright, so you do, and then he he says, thank you, lass. That was mighty kind.
Did you just call me lass, Trither?
And Eckhart goes, he calls everyone lass, just it's mostly once he's been drinking, he stops caring and just calls everyone lass.
Right.
Fair enough then. Duke, as you're aware, we are about to depart to take the supposedly granted by you request of Woman in Yon Corner. We will do our best to undertake that effort and return intact, but we will admit being also concerned about the scraping reports. Just for what it may or may not be worth. Watch the south. And we
So
will
Trither
hopefully
goes,
deal with that before long.
Trither interjects and says, I'm just glad the fucking sound stopped. It was making it hard to sleep.
Fair enough.
The Duke kind of looks at him and looks back. He goes, thank you. Duly noted. What few gods we have been a bit more positioned towards that end of town.
Good fortune then. We'll see you soon enough.
He goes, I hope so. She's not looking too hot.
Alright, so before we leave town to head out towards this tree, is there anything else you want to do? Like, any other vendors or anything else we want to hit?
Taking that as a no.
About how much does a healing potion cost?
Healing potions. Let me double check. They are fairly readily available. There is an apothecary in town who has recently been supplied with somebody who's very knowledgeable about plants, because they are one.
I know what that means. He's alluding to our hive mind friend. Both of them? One of them? How many are here? I mean, what?
Currently, there's 6.
Whoa. How many different hive minds?
1.
What?
There are 6. There are 6 bodies, all of which contain the fungus that is the hive mind known as Lorona.
Oh, well, didn't we rescue another one? The Nothic one,
That
too?
was a Nothic, but they're just a single. They're not a hive mind.
Oh, I thought that one was a hive mind, too.
Nope, he just is familiar with Lorona and has some history.
Okay.
Healing potions are 40 coins at the moment.
Yep, I ain't got that.
In the worst case, Nick has your healing, I suspect. But try not to get hurt. Does the Tinker have anything new?
Yeah, she has a couple new things.
Well, let's briefly consult her.
Alrighty. So you go up. I'm just going to kind of gloss over. She has a vial of deferred pain. That's fun. You have the eye ember, which she points out specifically to Mr. Glitterwood. It is a brilliant fire opal the size of a cherry, carved and polished to be perfectly round. Holding your hand allows you to see what any flame within miles sees, as if you were standing there. The vial of deferred
What's the price
pain.
on that one?
That one is 40 gold. The vial of deferred pain is 30, and basically it makes you immune to one type of damage, like fire, bleeding, electrocution, arcane, that kind of thing. But if the vial is broken, you take all of the damage at once.
The Eye of Ember, is it single use or multiple use?
Multiple use.
Mr. Greenwood, how much coin do you have on you?
Right?
I have 30 gold coins.
How about I'll pay 30 gold and you pay the 10 remaining for the Eye of Ember as a gift from myself to you.
Really? Interesting. What does it do again? I wasn't paying attention.
It lets you see through any fire near you.
Okay, seeing through fire.
It's not just near, what was the radius of it again? It was 30 miles?
Within quote-unquote miles.
And you can see through it. Like, I can stare.
You can see as though you were there.
Actually, Nick might want that one for that matter.
Oh, yes. I am very, very interested.
I'm buying it for Grizzle.
I'm interested. I would like this very, very much. I can control flame, but I've always wondered what it would be like to be flame. I think that might help me in that endeavor.
So the Tinker goes, "Wait a minute, I always set you on fire."
I'm always kind of on fire. At least part of me. Like my soul.
I've got some oil. I've got some holy oil. We could try that.
Oil?
Let's not set Soot on fire at the moment. Let's just help him walk through it with this. And I place the 30 gold coins into her hand and motion Soot to place the remaining 10.
All right, will do. This is a great investment.
All right. So yeah, it's this perfectly smooth. It's about the size of a cherry. It's bright orange and red.
What should I call it in my inventory? Like a firestone or what is it?
The Ember Eye.
All right, watch me test it out. Watch me test it out. I'm going to take the Ember Eye. It's not a piece of jewelry. It's just a gem, right?
Yeah, it's just a loose gem.
All right, so I'm going to take the gem. I'm going to hold it up to one of my eyes. I'm going to light a fire in my hand, and I'm going to hold it near my butt. And I'm going to say, "Oh, yeah, who's that lady? It's me with the sexy buns."
and I have almost instant regret at my investment.
I helped you, and now you're helping me.
Yes, gift, it was a gift.
Seeing how fine this rump is, oh yeah. And I just kind of shake my butt a little bit.
So
Nick just kind of rolls his eye at this.
So Nick, she pulls you aside, and she holds up to you. Once I can find where it is. In my book. She holds up this little bird skull. It's got like runes like carved into it, and it's got some stuff dangling from it. And then she like flips open. It's the top is like hinged. The top of the skull is hinged. She flips it open. She goes, "I feel like you'd like this. This right here. If you put something inside the skull that belongs to someone, and then place the skull over fire, it will point towards the owner."
And this will not destroy the skull.
Just no. It will just kind of float there above the fire.
Interesting. It could be used for guidance, perhaps. Guidance that perhaps even Forrest couldn't provide, but how much will you ask for such a thing?
She goes, "Tell you what, you've been around, you've brought me customers. 20 gold.
Done.
It's a pleasure doing business with you." And she places it in her hand, and she takes her gold.
What can I get for these 36 Throm teeth? They're pretty cool and everything, but I don't know if I want to be carrying them around.
She goes, "Oh, I don't deal in Throm teeth." And she like shuts her cart and starts picking it up and like going out of town.
Oh.
So you'll tell me the name of this skull, or does it have a name?
It does. I will whisper to you. Anyway, so you guys, unless you have something else you want to do,
I mean, unless there's anything notable that the blacksmith, who's been working feverishly all this time on other things, has to offer.
No, he's literally just working nonstop.
Just on the Duke's sword?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then let's go, I guess.
So you head northwest for a couple miles, and Nikolai, you were on the very first adventure, right?
I was, I think, yes.
So yeah, you actually pass by the goblin encampment that you guys cleared out.
You guys remember killing all those goblins? I sure don't.
Yeah.
They didn't know what they wanted. There was a particularly stupid barbarian with us that time, too. She lost her hand, and we had to put a lot of effort in getting it back.
Wait, a barbarian lost their hand?
It got better.
I don't know how anything can get better after losing a limb, or part of it, I guess. Sounds like a real idiot.
Assuredly. There were a lot of very interesting females in that party, but, well, this is not where we're stopping this time around.
And thank goodness for that.
It is of note that it is still appears to be deserted. You don't hear anything as you go by. You continue about a mile further northwest before you happen upon. It's not even like a proper trail. It's almost like an animal trail, like a commonly traveled deer path or something, which is roughly what she described to you. You follow that for a little ways. It winds through the forest, just through kind of the most natural path. Again, it seems very much just like this is the way that animals go. It's not like a human path. It's even almost a little too skinny for most humans. And eventually, through the trees, you start to see a couple of very large stones and I assume you guys will stop there-ish. From what you can see through the trees, there's a ring. They appear to be angled outwards, so at like a 45-degree angle. They're not up and down; they're angled out. And in the middle of them, there's this giant gray tree with no leaves on it. Now, when I say gray, I mean like steel gray.
Can I do a discern realities on this range?
Yeah, go for it.
Who has any adeptness with magical arts?
All right, what are your 3 questions?
Let me actually pull up the ones I can ask.
I'm gonna try
What
to.
happened here recently?
The stones appear to be covered in a very thorny, viney plant that appears to be fairly recent. Like they're not fully dug into the stone. And actually, as you're watching, you think you can almost see them still moving and growing. And the tree itself has a bunch of like torches around it.
All right, so I guess the second question would be, what here is not as it appears to be?
At first glance, you think you are alone. You are very much not. Somewhere up in the branches, you hear something shifting. You also hear something beyond the tree, moving towards you, at least very casually, like it's not rushing or being wary. It's just walking through the forest, through the underbrush, kicking up leaves and whatnot.
So, like footsteps.
Yep.
Who's really in control here?
Not you guys, that's for damn sure.
Nothing more than that, huh?
Nope, you don't know who else is here, so.
Fair enough. And I'll just sort of, kind of wave everyone over and say, so it seems we've 2 to consider. One on the other side of the tree, walking as if they've not a care in the world. But then there's movement up in the branches. We'll need to consult whoever's on the ground. That may be the witch we're told to seek, but watch high, lest something drop on our heads.
So I think as you say that, you hear a shriek, and you see something fall out of the tree and hit the ground. And you hear, I don't know if you guys ever heard somebody who's had the wind knocked out of them, like coughing, like trying to get their breath back. You hear that, and after a moment you hear, oh, fuck, ugh. Rolls over and stands up and starts brushing herself off, and there's this very old woman. She goes, where's my staff? And then a stick falls out of the tree and hits her in the head. And she swears a bit and then
Not
picks it
quite
up.
the witch that we were expecting.
We don't know. One.
So she points at the tree with her staff. She goes, well, fuck you two.
She doesn't seem very dangerous at all.
Excuse me there, miss. Do you have some kind of disagreement with this tree?
She turns around and looks at you. She is ugly as sin. She is just incredibly ugly. She's got warts. Her nose, this huge hooked nose. One of her eyes almost seems swollen shut, and the other one is almost looks like it's being held open wider than it should be. She has really thin and wispy, gross hair. And she's very hunched over. And she goes, "Oh, visitors. Hello. It was being rude, calling me names, threw me out of the branches."
The tree was.
Just, oh, yes.
That sounds
Kind of a dick.
intriguing. Would you perhaps be the witch that we have been sent to see.
Oh, yes, I am a witch, yes.
And you are doing
Oh.
what to this tree?
Oh, I'm tapping its power.
To what end?
Well, I don't think that's any of your business.
Well, we have been sent here to deal with you, and if you pardon the use of language, though perhaps if we could come to some kind of agreement, it would be better not to resort to anything that would be rash.
Oh, she sent you, did you? Short, probably seemed very pretty, probably had a hood on.
That fits the description, yes.
Yes. She is the dryad who was in this tree. And I had to get rid of her.
Did you say dryad?
Oh yes, dryad. Yep. She lived here. This is her tree. In prison, if I'm correct, for some trespass against someone or other. And so being thrown out of her imprisonment is some big cultural taboo. And she wants back in, but, need the tree.
Can I do a spout lore to see if I know anything about this story, like its history, and if this is valid?
Yeah, go for it. It'll be a very difficult test, though. Just heads up.
That's intelligence, right?
Yep. You do not.
All right, I'll mark XP.
I'd like to do one less, not about the thing, but about just dryads in general.
All right.
Figure that's probably a little easier.
All right, JT, give yourself one more luck.
Wow.
So, dryads, there are two types of dryads. There are those that seek trees to inhabit for kind of religious reasons. They seek solitude for kind of enlightenment. And there are those that are imprisoned in trees because they trust or did some crime against their own species, which is the Fae.
And does that sort of mesh with what this witch is saying?
Yeah, that she threw her out, and she was in prison. It's like she wants to get back in because she wants to serve her time, basically.
And what is the effect on a dryad from being separated from their tree that they're tied to?
Depends on the severity of the offense. At the very least, it would be whoever imprisoned there would be aware that they left and aren't serving their time properly, and would probably be subject to more punishment. Worst case scenario, they sometimes have their life force itself tethered to the tree, and the longer they're away from it, they start dying.
Interesting.
And a bunch of different things in between.
So it would seem...
I
Go ahead.
step aside to our other infernal friend and ask her, this appears to be some kind of arcane ritual. Can you tell anything about it?
From what I've heard, it sounds like it's not so much a corruption, but a drain from the tree. And I don't know what's keeping the dryad out, actually.
You could try discern realities to find out.
Yes.
Yeah, do it.
So roll your wisdom.
And I'm a wizard. I've been studying this my entire life.
I mean, you don't know you've been studying this specifically. Wizardry is a very wide range of
Well,
studies.
studying magic in general.
That's like saying I went to college.
Fair enough.
I went to college. I know everything.
About everything.
I know everything there is to know about college.
So on your character sheet, click the little rolly die that's next to your wisdom on sort of the bottom of it.
1 second while I lose my windows.
No
That will
problem.
happen. Ooh, yikes. Okay, so you can spend some luck to increase that to varying degrees of success. 7 to 9 is a partial success. A 10 plus is a full success. Or you can take the fail and get experience.
I'm going to take the fail.
All right, so mark 1 experience or
Good
XP
choice.
on your character sheet. You're pretty sure that she is trying to use this tree to prolong her own life.
What are you gonna do about it, Pyro? What are you gonna do about it?
I'm thinking. I was hoping it was a corruption rather than a drain because I wanted to take the corruption and move it to something else.
That's a smart idea.
I will note while you're debating, the tree, again, massive, gray, and as the wind kind of picks up, it doesn't creak like a tree should. It creaks like metal.
I'm going to take my blade and hold it flat against the trunk of the tree and consult with my spirits.
All right, as you step towards the tree, the witch steps in front of you and goes, "Hey, no, back, my tree, back," and like pokes at you with her staff.
As I have my hand on the hilt of my blade, I'd like to see if I can smell any blood, at least.
You get that same like overarching blood from beneath you, and a little bit behind you now, but nothing immediately near here.
That is somewhat disturbing considering the distance we have placed between us and the town. But aside from that, there doesn't seem to be any immediate blood in the vicinity. Witch, do we have anything to fear from you?
Just well, if you keep fucking with my tree, yeah? This is mine. Fought the dryad out of it, and I'm gonna keep it.
And what do you
I don't think
stand to
that's how
gain?
ownership works.
What do I stand to gain? That's their business. It's my tree. It's my land now. I'm gonna use the tree how I want.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. Before we do anything, I've actually got an idea here. I'm going to cast Hold Person on the witch. I have that spell.
All right. Do you like to read that spell for me?
I shall. Choose a person you can see. Until you cast a spell or leave their presence, they cannot act except to speak. This effect ends immediately if the target takes damage from any source.
All right.
So I roll my wisdom to make that happen.
Just so we can establish this for out of character purposes, what is the tree's favorite band, considering the tree is so metal?
The tree's favorite band is Ensiferum.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically, its favorite song is One More Magic Potion.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oh man, JT's roll was beautiful too.
God damn, JT. All right, give yourself another look. All right, so she's like poking at this fighter, trying to get him to back away, and just like stops. He goes, eh. Eh. Eh.
And so Nick is just
Arthritis
gonna
worse
kind
than
of walk.
normal.
Nick is just gonna kind of walk up to her and say, "You may have fought the Dryad out of it, but if you make a wrong move, we could fight you out of it just as easily. We don't know why the Dryad was imprisoned here. We don't know a lot of things. You want this tree for your own purpose, and yet we got sent here to try and boot you out of it.
And what did she offer you? Money? Did she even offer you that? She doesn't have money.
She pointed us in the direction of an ongoing corruption, as she called it. Now, bear in mind, all I have done is hold you. I have laid no hand upon you, and I am asking you questions. Answer these questions well, and that may be the end of it. And we go back to the Dryad and say, your tree, your problem.
Corruption to the fly is a meal for the spider.
Oh, Nick, you're doing so good at interrogating. You're so cute with your little freezy moves. But do you want to leave this up to a professional? Because I have certain ways to pry the truth from her feeble mind.
Go ahead and ask her what you will, Soot. But remember, lay no hand upon her until our decision is made.
Fair enough.
All right. I would like to take the opportunity because I found it helpful. If everybody would like to take a quick, 5-minute break, go to the bathroom, try it if you want to thank followers, subs, whatever. Do a little jig. I don't care.
Okay, I'll do that. We'll take a little break. We'll get some Wawa. Okay, I need to get Wawa. I do not have Wawa.
For shame.
I know, I should. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be right back. Everyone's gonna be right back. Gonna get some water, gonna get some snacks, and we'll be right back. Thank everybody for tuning in, and I will run down the roll of everybody who has followed and everybody who has subbed. And you guys take a break for a second, and I'll see you in a couple minutes. But try to be quick. Try to be quicker than 5 minutes if you could be so kind.
All right.
Okay, thanks. All right, so it seems so far we have Nice Pass, that one guy, Ninjalistic Tenchi, Sturk Kaganite, Kemi Mike, Carlos Eduardo, Stormager, Jeremy March, Ismail, and Yarkaruza. And our subscribers of the day coming in at over 2 years is Nani the Pup, Harry Nelson, Snurball, and Chrissy Cree as well, holding in a nice long subscription. A nice long subscription for that. I am very, very happy. So, without further ado, I'm just going to get up. I'm going to get up and get some water, and I'll be right back. And Solaire, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Solaire. I am too. It's super duper fun to play this. I really love the opportunity to play games with the community. Yep, be right back, water. One moment.
All right, so while Trite's away, guys, I put it in chat, but what do you think? What do you think we want to do to this witch?
All right, be right back. Just a couple more seconds.
All right, since Trade is gone and we have a bit of downtime, I'm going to again reiterate that we will be doing a kind of choose your own adventure kind of thing on Trite's subreddit, reddit.com/r/Tritemer.
Okay, I've returned.
Thank you. That you will all collectively be playing a character. I'll provide you a character sheet and any relevant to lore. I will tell you the situation, and then upon giving you this in the Reddit, after 24 hours, if the top comment is an action, or whatever the top-ish comment is, that is an action that has 5 or more points, that is the character's action. And then that will be the next action. I'll make another post, and I will then say the results of that action. I'll do any applicable roles, etc. And so you guys can then influence that character in that way. It is in this same world, although he, she, haven't decided if it's a guy or a girl or an it or whatever yet. Haven't ruled that yet. You will influence their action. It is not in this world, or it's in this world. It's not in this town, though. It is somewhere out within the world that this same campaign is set in, and they may or may not eventually meet. Who's to say? And the 24 hours is like rough. It's kind of like the next day when I get to it. So yeah, and I will be getting to that as soon as I can find a form fillable version of the character sheet that I can share with everybody.
But yeah, so we're not sure what we're going to do with this witch yet, and we're kind of just debating here during the downtime. The way I figure it, right now with her held, I mean, the moment that she takes damage, the effect ends, but that means we've got one perfect, pure shot to hit, almost, coup de grace style, if we choose to go the attack route.
That is true.
The other issue could be that you said there were 2 people, and this was the person in the tree. So
Correct.
this could be an illusion. It could be a doppelganger of some kind. We don't know precisely. So if we do manage to get the first strike on her, what will the other person do?
Very valid.
I will
We should
also
probably
note
investigate the other.
the other person was making their way towards you. Or towards the tree, rather. Not necessarily towards
Okay.
you.
I'm back, by the way. Is everyone in attendance?
I am. JT is. I believe Mine Lord is.
Yep, I am as well. Also,
Nate.
to confirm something, did the witch confirm or deny the fact that there's someone else there?
She has not acknowledged it at all. Nate, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're all back. Kicking back off. So, you have the switch held. I believe our immolator friend was going to do some Bernie things.
Mm-hmm. All right, so, Nick, would you be so kind as to perhaps lower this human down a bit?
I'm not sure if they're actually levitated. I think they're kind of just frozen, right, Baron?
Yeah, it's just frozen in place how she was. So she was like mid kind of fending off the fighter with her staff and just kind of like stuck there.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab the staff.
If you need it, I can bend bars, lift gates, move rocks over to give you a bit of a step up.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Would you just kindly pick me up and put me eye to eye with this wench?
Of course. And I give a kind of unusual look at that.
Yeah, I know, it's weird. Just pick me up. Come on, hurry.
So the witch cackles. Can't look me in the eye without somebody else's help. Typical dwarf.
This is not typical. None of this is typical.
Really? You're saying you're short among your race?
I'm
You're
special.
going with that route?
I'm special.
Uh-huh. Special ed, baby.
I'm about to show you. All right. So I'm hoping I'm up there by now. Because I'm really ornery at this point.
Yeah, my lord is very awkwardly holding you eye level.
All right. Oh, I see.
My lord, really quick. My lord, are you like arm's length? Like, okay.
I'm guessing since dwarves are quite heavy creatures that I'm somewhat hugging him from behind and holding him up that way.
So he's like bent over, grabbing around the waist, and just kind of flipped up.
Under the arms, I would assume.
That's amazing. All right, so you have somebody awkwardly holding you around the waist to get you eye level with this witch.
Oh, thank God. All right. So I'm going to use Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire. This one is when I gaze intensely into somebody's eyes, I may ask their player, what fuels the flames of your desire? And they'll answer with the truth, even if they don't know the truth, or would otherwise keep it hidden. It just comes on out.
All right. Would you like to, in character, ask her?
I would love that. So, witchy dearest, can you tell me this? What fuels the flames of your desires?
No one's called me dearest in a while. That's so nice of you. I wish a new coven.
I see. And what would you do with this brand new coven, if you had it hypothetically?
Well, seeing as I'm joining an existing one, I don't know. Suppose whatever they were doing, which seems to be killing all of you. So...
Oh, I
At
see.
this point, I drop certain kind of alarm and place my hand on my sword.
At this point, you hear... Mine Lord specifically, you're a fighter. You're skilled in art of war, and you recognize weapons specifically. You hear the sound of a whip unfurling. It doesn't like crack, but you hear it unfurling and kind of drag along the ground. And around the backside of the tree, you see one of those people that you saw at the entrance of the Thrum Cave. They're 6-ish foot tall, so like 2 meters tall for the huge metric. Their head is detached from their body and appears to be a giant raven skull, and it's engulfed in green flame. They're dressed in solid black leather armor and a black cloak. And it just kind of walks around the edge of the tree and stops and looks at all of you and flicks the whip that it has in its hand kind of irritably.
Unsecret team. Yay!
Something just occurred to me we must talk about a purchase you made a bit later. In the meantime, I will attempt to slice the head off the witch.
Alright, go ahead and hack and slash.
Since
Since
even
the
a hack and
witch,
slash because she can't move.
it's seeing how well he does at the hack and slash, more or less. I'm going to give him like a +3 to hit, but it's, he's doing it kind of hastily to try and, take the head off with one slice, etc. You do have this other player now who could potentially stop him. So we will see.
Well, that's a natural 10 plus the 3, so a 13.
Alright, roll your damage.
Doesn't he get +2 on that?
Can I use luck on that?
You could not use luck on damage, but you do get +2 on the damage because you got 1 for your sword. Actually, did I add that to your character sheet? I might have added it to your character sheet. Let me check.
Also, does he get a bonus because she basically can't move to dodge it at all?
Yeah, that's what the +3 was.
Only so the +2 was only to hit, not okay.
Yep. It was him able to do it before the Raven Skull flamey head person was able to react. What am I looking at? Chip and Delivery. Did I add that to your? All right. So Chip now wants you. Okay. From now on, when you roll, it should. I'm actually just going to roll a test here to make sure I did it right. Okay. So now, when you roll, it should factor in the +2 automatically. So you're being kind of hasty, trying to do it quickly, and you end up going a little more down than sideways, and you just kind of bury your sword into her shoulder. She screams.
It was 4 damage with piercing.
Oh, it was 4 damage. My bad. Still, it was
+1 from the enchantment.
Yep. So it was still not fatal. So you swing down and a little more into her shoulder than to her neck. I need my note cards. No card. Okay. You do 4 damage. So plus side, you do 4 damage. Downside, she's free now. So the second that your blade finds its way into her shoulder, so I figure out what her. Oh damn! All right. So you slammed your sword into her shoulder, and she just kind of like flinches, and then just turns and looks at you and goes, "Well, that was rude, wasn't it? That was rude, right?" And she turns and looks at the raven skulled, or the bird skulled creature. It just nods silently. Just, I agree. It was rude. You should apologize.
Well, you did say that you joined a coven that intends to kill us, so I don't think apologies are necessarily necessary.
Bother. Are you going to help with this? And she looks again at the crow creature. And it kind of gives this like, maybe head gesture. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm going to actually let other people have a chance first before I do something.
Yeah, let's go with Nate first. I think you've had the least actions out of all of us. Flex those biceps, Brawny.
So, what's like... So, should I attack the witch, or like, what should I do, guys?
Hey, it's up to you, my friend. What alignment is your character? Are you good? Are you evil? Are you neutral?
I'm neutral.
All right, and what on your character sheet? What does neutral say? Because if you fulfill your alignment at the end of the session, you get experience.
Teach someone the ways of your people.
This seems
All right.
like a great learning opportunity to teach them about halflings.
And how badass they can be.
Teach 'em.
So, us halflings, we are very intelligent, and sometimes violence is not always the answer. And sometimes it's better to talk things out. So, I believe we should talk things out before we proceed.
Out of character, well said.
So what do? Have your words with the witch.
Nate, what do you say to the witch to convince her not to kill you all?
Sorry for that misunderstanding. We're just kind of trying to. We're just kind of trying to get the lay of the land here. You know what I mean?
Yes, and you get the lay of the land with swords. And at this point, she like kind of picks my lord's sword out of her shoulder, like just pushes it out.
Well, some people are more upfront about these things.
Pyro, are you gonna back him up? What are you gonna do?
Can I discern realities on that Raven skull?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
All right, roll your wisdom.
Ooh, ouch.
Do you want to spend any luck on that, or do you just want to take the XP?
I'll take the XP.
Wise
All right.
choice.
It is freaky as shit. You can't see a neck. Like, there's nothing connecting the head to the body, just this green fire. From what you can see down the neck, it's just empty. It's not okay. Not okay.
Do you want to react based on that?
Not at the moment.
All right, so Nick is actually going to try to step in here for a moment and say, so first off, your companion there, who you just asked if that was rude, we've encountered one of their like before at the exit, seemingly driving a bunch of throng towards us, so when you say you ally yourself with them, that does rather put a color on this encounter, I think. However, I will
Do
agree
you know
it was preemptive.
to whom they align themselves? That's the question.
The Queen of Crows.
Oh, good that you do. All right, so you're opposed to him then, and thus the Queen of Crows.
We've heard her name, and the last one that spoke with us, as opposed to your mute friend, said that she wants to speak with us.
At this point, the flame skulled thing goes, she does. But do not stand in her way.
How does the witch react to him saying that?
She was looking back at it and looks back at you and goes, she lets us speak to you. And this, and she points to the tree, this is her way. So
Her way is to sap the tree, but you say the tree is yours. Does that mean you steal from the Queen of Crows, witch?
No. This is my way in to her inner circle. I'm tapping this for her since she can't be here at the moment. She has more pressing concerns.
Then why did you say this coven you wish to join is here to kill us if she wishes to speak with us?
Well, she wishes to kill most things. And if you're from the town, I assume you're aligned with the Duke, and she not a fan of the Duke. Or his kind, really. Not a fan at all.
His kind.
Oh, yeah. You don't know. You don't know. Oh, this guy. You should go talk to your Duke. That would be Fun. I'm going to go back to the tree now.
You're going to tell us what the Duke will not.
Just nope. And she just like turns around and starts walking towards the tree.
Unless anyone objects, I'm casting Hold Person again.
So I need to summon my brand.
Go for it.
And I accidentally clicked roll while JT was talking. I'm sorry. That was a failure. But
Yes, it was.
can I roll for actually doing it when JT's not talking? Nah, count it. Count it. I'm the jerk who threw the dice. All right, so it failed.
Yeah, you kind of did roll, so you failed.
But at least
So-
I get XP.
You do get XP. So you try and cast your burning brand, and the fire like sputters, and then it's there for a second, and you're like, "Ha, got it!" And then it turns green, and you realize it's not yours.
Oh, shit.
And then the witch turns and she goes, and then she looks over her shoulder. Like she looks at you and looks over her shoulder and goes, "Thank you, dearie. I appreciate that." And then she turns and raises her staff at you and just like flicks it. And she casts Fireball.
All right, let's do this.
Keep in mind that in Dungeon World, NPCs don't have to roll. They succeed based on your failures.
Damn it. All right, well, how much damage am I taking from that?
You took 10 damage.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ. So that sucks.
Actually, Baron, I'm going to intervene here.
See, that was the result of his failure. So you can intervene after he takes the damage.
No, actually, I think I've got something else.
All right.
I have a skill called Divine Intervention. I have one hold since I communed. I can spend that hold when you or an ally takes damage to call on your deity. They intervene with an appropriate manifestation and negate the damage.
All right. So you're going to spend it on that?
I am. So that would be... That's one of those things where, you know, he's going to somehow just know how to get out of the way of that fireball.
So, in an appropriate fashion of your deity. So, you lower your hand because the fire is not yours, and so it's like just hovering there. And she turns her staff to whip it back at you, and as it is about to hit you, out of seemingly nowhere from the sky, a sheet of something slams between you and the fireball, and it is this thin sheet of rock that just stops the fire.
Oh my many merciful gods, what is happening?
It does knock you back a couple of steps because it like impacted the ground with a considerable force, but the witch just turns and surveys the party and then locks eyes on Nikolai. Goes, fires, huh? That was a follow of his once, till I realized he was blind.
His eyes open.
Do they? I really think that he doesn't ever open his eyes. He just borrows yours.
Beware lest his third eye open, the eye that no longer looks but burns away all that hides.
She raises her arm and goes, I had nothing. I have told you my every intent.
And yet you hide the nature of the Duke from us just now.
Ah, but that is not my intent. That is his.
It is knowledge you have that we would have.
True. But I'm going to keep that myself. Because it's more fun that way.
As you say, what was your term? What is rot for the fly is food for the spider?
Yeah, more or less.
And so I cast Hold Person on her again.
Ooh.
Alright.
Jesus Christ, it succeeds hard. Luck for you again, man.
Alright, so you hold person and the bird-skulled person steps forward and starts to raise his whip and then stops. Then lowers it and opens his mouth, and these like beetles start just pouring out of his mouth.
Glitterwood, can't you do that as well?
I can, but I'm not wearing my ring right now.
You can never take it off.
Yeah, it's literally affixed to your skin.
Then yes, I can also do that. Yes. Of course I knew that the whole time.
But what are the beetles doing?
The beetles pour out of his mouth onto the ground. Some of them land on their backs. They situate themselves, and then start rushing towards a lot of you. There's about 20 of them. For those of you that know what June bugs are, they look kind of like giant June bugs, or like giant scare beetles, sort of. And when I say giant, I mean they're huge. They're like a foot long.
Barney, it's time for us to be the vanguard. And what was it, defend?
You can defend if you'd like.
Yes,
Defend as you will, but touch not the witch. We'll speak with her when this matter is bloodily concluded. We will have our knowledge.
All right. So, do you want to spend any luck on that, my lord?
Let's see.
If you spend 2 luck, you'll get 3 hold as opposed to 1.
Yeah, I'll take the 2 luck to gain the extra 2 hold.
All right. So with your hold, you can spend them at any time to redirect an attack from the thing you defend to yourself. Have the attack's effect or damage. Open the attacker to an ally, giving that ally +1 forward against the attacker, or deal damage to the attacker equal to your level. So yeah, you are now defending. Who are you defending specifically, or just kind of in front of your party?
In front of my party. I stepped kind of over and around Soot as he probably bumped into me with the force of the fireball, since I was standing so close behind him.
All right.
One thing, Mind Lord, please do include defending the witch from being hit as well.
I will keep this in mind, Nikolai.
All right. Nate, what are you doing right now?
So much for talking. Let's throw down. So I'm gonna charge with my sword at the raven-looking guy.
All right. Keep in mind there are like 20 or so bugs standing between you and the raven.
Oh yeah, probably attack those first.
All right. Go ahead and roll a hack and slash. So, plus your strength if your weapon is not dexterous. Otherwise, roll calm. Or roll dex, sorry. Or precise, and then roll dex. Ugh. Do you want to spend luck on that?
That counts as a fail until you hit 7, right?
Yep, 6 or less is a failure. And I get to do all sorts of terrible GM things to your body.
Yes, I guess I'll spend the luck to make it a fall.
Do you have the luck? First of all?
I'll take
Yes.
6 for a full or 3 for a partial.
Yeah, so you can do 3 for a partial or 6 for a full.
I'll do a partial.
Alright, 3 for a partial. Alright, so go ahead and roll your damage. Damage. So up by your top of your character sheet, the shooting zone says damage. There you go. Alrighty, so you swing through. Let's see, what's your weapon?
It's two-handed sword.
All right. Roll a. Actually, I'll just roll so you know. All right. So you swing through 2 of them, dealing 4 damage each. You do kill those 2, but since it's partial, as you swing through them, they explode into this acidic goo that sprays up onto you.
I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Ew, they didn't even ask me on a date.
All right, so you take 13 damage minus whatever your armor is.
As a point of reference, what is your hit points total?
15.
15.
Yes.
Oh, okay. In that case, I will spend a hold to have the attack's effect or damage.
Okay, so you're spending your hold. You knock your very funnily voiced friend out of the way a bit, and they take half. I'm gonna be nice and round down. So you take 6 damage minus whatever your armor is. Your armor should be at the top of your character sheet. I think you have 1 or 2. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So how much damage again?
6 minus your armor. So at the top of your character sheet, it should say armor.
Okie
Armor
dokie.
is probably under gear. It doesn't randomly get automatically get placed there at the top, Baron.
I try to put it in. I don't always remember to, but I try to put it in manually.
Yeah, look on the left under gear. Do you have anything that says like 1 armor or 2 armor?
Yes, I have 1 armor.
Yeah, I added it to his automatically. So yeah, he has 1 armor, so he takes 5 damage.
And also it says unencumbered, unharmed, so long as you are below your load and neither wear armor nor carry a shield, take +1 armor.
Oh, there you go. So you have 2 armor. I will up that for you. So you take 4 damage.
Well, that turned out pretty well. What about our pyro mage, our ebon fluff, I believe? What are you gonna do?
I will launch a magic missile into the crowd of beetles.
All right, go ahead and cast a spell. Which for you is, I believe, plus int. All right, do you want to up that to a full success?
Yes.
All right, so spend 2 luck. Up that to a full success. And then Let's see, what is magic missiles?
2d4.
Do you want me to roll that, or would you like to roll it yourself? If you'd like to roll it, it's /R
Dang it,
space
wrong one.
2d6. Oh yeah, you can type
I'll just roll it
/R.
again.
Yeah, /R space 2d6. Or whatever it is, 2d4, sorry, 2d4.
I actually did 1d4 the first time. I just rolled another one.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We can just add them. So 5 damage. Alrighty. So full success. So you have now blown up one of the beetles. It explodes again in this acidic ooze. But the rest are still coming. More or less towards you lot.
Can I really quickly discern realities on the beetles?
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn, JT rolling high.
I'm trying to find out if the beetles are undead or not. I'm not sure which question answers that best or not.
So this was a house rule that I haven't implied yet, but if you would guys like to, as consensus, I can imply that if you get a 10 plus, you can just ask me one question.
That
like you can
works.
sacrifice 3 for just 1.
Yeah, that works. And then JT, you're
That
marking
works.
your luck, right?
Yeah, I am. I don't know why I'm getting such good luck on this, but I'm taking it.
Yeah, go for it, man.
You're doing
Yes.
shit rolls.
So are these beetles undead or related enough to the undead because they came from the Raven Skull thing? But do they qualify as undead?
They do not.
Darn.
Honestly, with the 12 plus, they're constructs.
So they're not actually beetles at all.
No, they're manifestations of some kind. If you would like to roll your int on constructs, you can see what you know about constructs.
Wasn't planning to, but why not?
You don't know shit about constructs.
Apparently not. You know what? I'm fine with that. All I cared about is if they were undead, because I can turn undead, but that's all that matters here.
You don't know shit about constructs. Lovely.
However, I have seen that they blow up, so
Yep.
let's... I was about to shoot magic missile at them, but instead, I'm actually going to look over at Soot and say, I think that the ring I gave you last time may be applied very effectively here, bug against bug, as it were. If you're able to spray well, you may be able to take out several of them at once. And here, the witch scorns Forest. Let's see if his blessing assists you. And so I'm going to cast... Did I take bless? I think I took bless. Yeah, I have bless in this. So yeah, bless on Trite.
All right. Is that a... Okay. Good God, JT.
You can only roll perfectly. What the hell is happening?
It's not perfectly. If you hover over it, it shows you what he rolled specifically. So he rolled 5 plus 4 plus his modifier.
Damn.
Yeah. And the previous one was 6 plus 3 plus his modifier.
So yeah, well, Trite is blessed.
Blessed off his tits. All right, Troy.
Okay, so I'm still going to make an attempt to pull out my burning brand, though. That's one thing that I know I'm gonna need if these rolls on the ring don't go so well. God damn it!
What
Well,
does
you can
Bless give him?
spend one luck to make it a partial.
What does Bless do? Doesn't it go in plus 2 his rolls? Or just his attacks?
It gives him a +1 to everything.
All right. So yeah. Spend a 1 to make it a partial.
Okay, I will. Okay, so on a 7 through 9, I choose one of the tags to add to my shit. It always begins with fiery, touch, dangerous, and 3 use tags. So I can choose anything of the tags. And I actually just leveled up and I got additional tags for my weapon that I can choose from. And I'm actually going to choose far. I'm actually going to choose far on this. So it's useful for attacking something within shouting distance. So
All right.
So you've got the weapon out, but are you going to attack with the weapon, or are you going to use the bugs?
that comes in a moment. I have to familiarize myself with the fiery tag, actually.
I do believe I added it to the tags.
Oh, it is. I see it.
Something that ignores armor.
The item burns with a powerful fire that does not harm the wielder. Just double checking that that's correct. Correct.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're good. I'm going to choose far, and I'm going to summon my fiery brand in the shape of... Aha! I am going to summon it in the shape of a little fiery ballista. A little think like the little ballista turret from Path of Exile.
Okay.
I'm basically summoning a ranged ballista totem, and it's fiery and stuff. Then for my ring, I have to take a roll for damage. I think I roll 1d6 to take some damage.
24. If you want to take 1d6, go for it, but 24.
Aha! I have taken a damage. I will also fight fire with fire on that. Okay, so I am going to be able to well, let's see here. I have a choice on what to do with that. Fighting fire with fire, when you take damage, and that damage is odd, after armor, the flames within you come to your aid. Roll 1d4 and either add that many uses to your burning brand if active, or take that result forward to summon your burning brand, or reduce that amount, or reduce the damage by that amount. Okay. So I'm going to add active. I have 6 uses on my burning brand now.
All right, so take 1 damage.
That I will do. So rereading the item on my 1d4. Let's see here. Okay, so I took the damage, and then hold on, I must have done that roll wrong. I do take 1d6, right?
So you take 1d4, and then that was to commune with them to get them to do what you want. So you vomit forth and you take 1d6 damage.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine.
And now you roll con for your hold, or swarm.
Yeah, plus the 1 that you communed. 1 damage.
Fire with fire. And in this case, I think I can take hold
Towards
my next burning brand.
Yep.
Okay, so I have +3 to my next burning brand, and I take another damage.
Yep. All right, and now roll plus your con. +1 because you took the 1d4.
Do you have one more luck trait?
Yes, I have 1 luck finally.
So that 1 luck would make this a 10.
Okay, I will do that. I will spend my last luck.
Alright, so you now have 3 swarm. And you can spend that swarm 1 for 1 to negate damage from a range attack. Distract an enemy, giving an ally +1/4 against it. Deal your damage to a certain creature in the swarm's area of effect. If the swarm is dispersed or destroyed, you lose all held swarm.
How many remaining bugs are there?
15-ish.
Jesus Christ. So, I'm actually going to use 1 swarm to distract the witch.
She's held.
Shit.
Yeah, don't do that.
I forgot she's held. I'll use 1 swarm to distract Raven Face.
Alright.
And then I'll use the remaining 2 swarm to destroy 2 bugs, hopefully.
Alright, so deal your damage twice. Alright, you successfully destroy 2 bugs.
Oh boy.
And the bird-headed person is currently distracted because your bugs are swarming about them.
Yay, bugs.
That was a complicated turn. Alright. I'm trying to remember who's gone alongside doing something. My lord, I think?
I am still defending. Who's had a turn? Do we have a second turn for someone?
Brawny, I think.
Brawny. Step on up to the plate, little slugger. Let's see what you got.
Alright, so I'm gonna attack the next beetles.
Alright, go for it. Hack and slash.
That is almost real good. Did you want to well, never mind.
Do you want to add 1 to your attack roll to go up that to a full success?
Yes, please.
Alrighty. Did I roll for your... I did.
Yes, you were the one who rolled for the number of bugs destroyed.
Yep. Hey, I can up arrow. I forgot about that. Alright, you hit 1 bug. So, you completely destroyed 1 bug, and you avoided its splashing ooze entirely. Pyro, what are you doing? Other than dropping your pen. Shame on me.
I think my best option is to continue attacking from afar with magic missiles, honestly.
Fire away, Evan Puff.
Alright. Do you want to spend any luck to up that? Or do you have any luck left to spend?
I have luck left to spend. I'm just trying to decide whether or not I want to, and yes, I will.
Okay. Keep in mind that you gain luck if you ever roll a 10 or more naturally, and you get luck between sessions. So
Thank you very much.
And do remember that I am currently defending the group.
Meaning that if you take damage, Chip can have some of it.
Or take all of it for himself if he so desires.
Alright, so go ahead and nice. 8 damage. I'm gonna roll the same thing. See how many bugs you hit. Okay, apparently you also just hit 1 bug.
Damn. Gosh, we can't hit any of these bugs. Any of this swarm of bugs.
We're not multiply hitting, that's for dang sure. All
So the
right.
one
Well,
time
I guess it's up to Nick next. I think Nick is actually gonna try his own magic missile.
All right. E30 of magic missile. What the fuck, JT? Every time.
What?
Tonight is my night, I guess. I don't know.
You've got the hottest
Apparently.
dice I've ever seen in a role-playing game. Period.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Horace is taking the luck away from the other players and handing it to Nikolai.
All right, so there's my damage, and I
Oh. All right, you hit 6 of the remaining bugs. I like the maniacal laugh. That's nice.
Oh my god, bass guy. You can fuck my bitch, race guy. You swag to the maximum. Swag on
All right, there are a mere few remaining. You guys want to?
Forest guides my hand.
Troy, what would Soot? What could you do?
Mr. Soot is going to be lodging a volley. A big fat volley.
All right.
Son of shit!
I think you're just stealing luck from Trite, GG.
I don't even.
So I guess on a 7 through 9, choose one. What happens if I fail? It doesn't say in volley if I fail.
What does it? Do you want to fail?
I have no luck. I just cannot do it. Damn it.
All right, so Trite, you draw the attention of the remaining 5 beetles.
Alright, so my burning brand might have failed me, and I lose a use. One of my 6 is gone, but...
So that as punishment for your failure, 3 of them attack you. If I attack you, I mean explode.
Oh, boy. Okay, how much damage are we talking?
How much damage do they do? Let's see. Okay, all right. So it'll be
What the?
That's not 3 attacks, is it?
it is. He took 3 attacks from the beetles. They all exploded.
I think we need to have that.
Yeah, can I have it twice?
Do you want to spend the remaining 2 of your hold? And I'll allow that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so you have it down to 14,
7.
and then down to 7.
And now fight fire with fire.
Okay, one sec. Okay, so I can do 5, right? I'm gonna take
Yes.
5 damage. That's better than nothing.
Yep. That's better than 28, yeah.
Oh, random question. Does he still have his magic armor from whatever that potion was, or is that gone?
I don't know, that's well gone. That was 4 days ago.
Okay. However, that also means those 3 that blew up are gone, right?
Yep. There are 2 remaining. And at this point, the bird's flaming skulled person is no longer distracted. He has swatted away Trite's bugs.
Damn it, my bugs! Yep.
I think mostly they just flew into his flames and burned themselves up at this point.
So because I failed my burning brand, am I still able to roll my ring ability?
Yeah.
So
I don't think you have to roll both the 1d4 and the 1d6. I think you only do the 1d6 to control them.
that's what
Or,
I
like,
think
vomit
too.
them.
Yeah, it's 1d6, then you get +1 for the original 1d4. So you take 6 damage.
So hold on. I just took 5 damage, right?
Yeah.
I have 3 HP, FYI.
Yeah, when it gets to be Nick's turn in a moment, because he just saw you take that hit, he's gonna be all over that.
Then I rolled. I get 2 swarm.
Okay, so the 1d6 is the damage you took on top of the initial 1d5
Yeah, I
that you
added
took
it.
from the attack.
I took it all. That's why I have 3
Okay,
HP.
just making sure. Just making sure.
Yep. That's why I have only 3 HP remaining. That's a lot of damage to take. So, I am going to. I have 2 swarm. I'm going to go ahead and distract Dingus again with 1 swarm.
No,
Alright.
don't do that. Just blow up the 2 bugs.
There's 2 bugs left. I thought all 3 of them died.
2. There were 5. You 3 who attacked you.
Got
There's
it.
2 remaining.
Okay, got it. So I'm going to go ahead and continue. Yeah, I'm gonna distract 1 and destroy a bug. Distract Flaming Face to make not more bugs, hopefully, and kill 1 bug.
All
Fair
right.
point.
So deal your damage. All right. So you destroy a bug. There is 1
Bug!
remaining. And the Queen of Crows minion is once again distracted.
And we're back to Brawny.
Yeah. So you're no longer
Well,
defending.
back to Chip. Actually.
True. Chip could actually rush forward and rush the skull guy now.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Nikolai, and that is what exactly I will do.
Ooh!
Holy!
We were talking about Chipmunk before, weren't we?
Wow.
Or perhaps unholy.
All right. So first of all, give yourself a luck.
That'll be 10 damage with 2 piercing, and it's messy.
Okay, so no, I added the +2 to your thing, and then 2 of that is piercing. So it goes through 2 of his armor.
Nice.
And he gets +1 forward because of the distraction.
The +1 is to his attack.
The sharp-toothed dagger only had +1 on.
Yeah, your dagger was +1, and then your innate weapon was 1, right?
No, my innate weapon was precise with +2 piercing.
So the 2 piercing just means it ignores 2 damage always, or 2 armor always. So I should reduce his armor by 2.
Exactly.
So +1 damage.
Its original properties were just precise and piercing.
Okay.
And then
I
with the
just-
shark-toothed dagger, it now has messy and a +1 damage.
Okay, actually, you misdid that then. So you actually technically only did 8 damage, 2 of which are piercing.
Yeah,
I thought
okay,
you-
that's what I thought. I'll change that.
Yep. So yeah, just on your damage, just change it to from +2 to +1. All right. So
Yeah. I thought that might have been the mistake.
oh, thank you for calling me on that. All right, and then 2 HP or 2 piercing.
Go! Banana hammock.
All right. So you cleave your sword down into him, and as you swing through him, you just like gouge into his armor, and you see that below his armor, there's just more green fire. He does appear to take some damage, but he is still very much up.
No blood, unfortunately.
Nope, no blood.
Brawny, so there's one bug left.
Your weapon is forceful, though, correct?
Yeah, no, just messy. The
just messy.
was the signature weapon thing.
Gotcha. Oh, so yeah, it is forceful. So yeah, you like knock him back a bit. He staggers and is also still being plagued by bugs.
All right, now you can go ahead, Brawny.
So I'm gonna take out the last beetle.
All right, go for it.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Damn it.
You
Do you
got
have
2
any luck
luck?
to spend on that?
Yeah. How much should I spend?
So 2 would make it a partial.
Two is worth it. I mean, even if you go full. I mean, it's just a bug. I think if you nick it, it should destroy.
Yeah, but then it's gonna blow up.
It's a good point.
I'll make it a full.
All right, so you're gonna spend 10 luck or 5 luck, sorry, to make it a full success.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll your damage. All right, you manage to slice the bug in a way that the acid avoids you. It is dead.
So quickly, out of character, I know we were having this discussion in chat, but does my damage? Is there a way to make my damage have like a +1 because of my two-handed sword?
Should apparently. I thought I had it on your character sheet.
As part of that, you roll dex on that roll instead of strength.
Oh yeah. All right. Is your weapon precise?
Let me see. Where would it say precise?
Under your signature weapon, it would say if it
Barbarian,
was
not a fighter.
Oh, he's a barbarian. All right. So no, it is not actually, because you do not have that.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and roll again, because that would be your strength instead, not your dex. Thank you for catching that. Also, give yourself back that 5 luck, unless you spend it again. Yeah, you definitely, if you want, you can spend 1 luck to make it a full.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, and then roll your damage again. Alright, you do successfully kill the last bug. Quite handily.
Yay, murder!
Murder!
Alright, Pyro, what are you doing right now?
Well, it's using our best options to continue launching magic missiles, except for now at Mr. Ravenface.
Alrighty. Ooh. Do you want to spend luck? Do you have luck left?
I would just take the XP. At this rate, you're going to level. I think you'll
Yeah,
level.
I'm not gonna bother trying to buy my way out of that one.
Very good.
All right. So, as you launch your magic missiles, he's flailing around trying to get these bugs off of him, and your magic missile mostly just hits the bugs.
Oh no.
And then he looks up at you and starts just walking at a beeline towards you.
Whew. That is not great.
He's flicking his whip back and forth. From his belt, he produces a dagger in his other hand. Trite, what do you want to do?
Actually, before Trite has a turn, Nick is going to apply Cure Light Wounds onto the heavily injured Soot.
All right.
Oh, please. Thank you. I need that.
Actually, sorry. That's the... Yeah, wrong one first. Okay, now that's the healing. Yeah.
Jesus.
I thought you had Cure Light Wounds as a rote, so you didn't have to roll for it.
You are correct. That is why I didn't do it first. So yes,
Yeah.
the 6 stand.
You just get 6. You don't get the luck for that because you didn't.
I'm fine with that. But yes, Trite gets 6 life back.
I am at 9 out of 14 HP.
A little safer. Now, I'm not sure what else Nick can do at this point. Am I still able to take an action?
Yeah. So you lay your hand on him, so blinding light for a second. You heal him. If you'd like to do something else, quick.
So at this point, I'm just going to... I guess the only thing really left is to look over at the Raven thing and just shoot my own magic missile at it.
All right. God, JT. Guys, I think JT hacked into
More
us.
chip rolls tonight.
Jesus.
All right, so you hit it in the chest, and it flinches a bit, and staggers just a tiny bit, and then just keeps advancing towards Pyro. Trite, what do you want to do? You're standing next to your healer.
I am going to volley.
All right.
That's
Okay.
a full success with the bless.
It is, yeah.
Okay, then. Okay, so volley, when you take aim and shoot at an enemy at range, roll dex. I can always substitute dex for intelligence on my character. On a 10 plus, you have a clear shot. Deal your damage. Deal my damage!
Whew.
The shot. It was clear.
And it ignores armor.
Oh, it ignores armor.
And it does 6 damage because of the bless.
Pretty sure it's fire, yeah.
All right. So 6 damage. So Trent, you nail it in the head, and your fire mixes with his for a second, and it staggers, and then puts its head back down, and it's moving a little slower now, but it's still advancing.
So fiery ignores armor? I didn't know that. I'm learning that.
You're not done with me yet. And I run up behind it
Oh shit. There you
and
go.
spent the luck on
Spend one luck, all right.
Wow.
and deal 9 damage, piercing 2 its armor.
All right. So, Mindlord runs up behind it and slams his sword down into its skull. It stops and shudders, and then lets out this just ear-piercing shriek for a moment. And then very slowly, this creaking sound raises its head and says, "Not dead. but not here yet. And then just collapses. It's just a pile of armor and a skull now. The fire goes out. What do you guys do?
Evan Puff Sprinkle, are you okay? Did he hurt you at all?
You're speaking to you, Pyro.
No, it had not yet reached me.
Oh, thank goodness you're unharmed.
Seeing the name Eben Puff Dark Sprinkle in the chat when you're typing is hilarious to me.
All right. At this point, Nikolai slowly turns back to the bound witch and says, well,
Well, what? There's more of those.
more of them, but none to stop us from dealing with you should we continue.
Yeah, true. She'll succeed either way.
This isn't about her right now, it's about you.
Fair enough. So what do you intend to do with poor little old me?
And here I thought I was abundantly clear. What do you know about the Duke?
See, if I tell you it's boring. And you all know that he doesn't like boring. So instead I shall give you a name. The Order of Bin.
Like where we throw trash?
What I'd like to do is expound more on that.
Binn.
Nice.
Oh, right. Trying to figure out how Mindlord would know about this.
He's an infernal.
Yeah, that doesn't really help though. Mindlord, were you in the war to aid the Fade at all?
And how long ago was that? And how long lived Infernal?
So the war lasted 13 years. It's only been off for a few months.
And which side would aiding the Fae be in?
It would have been on the side of good, but I mean, you get to kill shit. It's kind of like the Crusades in IRL. Like, people joined up because they got to kill stuff and they got paid. They weren't necessarily good people.
I'll say yes, but not because I wanted to kill things necessarily, but to gain more control over those urges to kill things.
All right. So, Mindlord, you, throughout the course of the war, you periodically, mostly really late at night, heard whispers of the Order of Bin, and all you really heard about it was that some of the higher-ups in the army, most notably some of the people that tended to turn specific battles, were part of said order. There was tons of rumors about what they were and what they could do. I mean, some people claimed they were gods. Some people claimed that they were just super lucky. Some claimed they were a league of assassins. Like, there was a million rumors about it. But general consensus was they were amazing warriors for one reason or another, and they turned the tides of battles.
Intriguing. If there's nothing anyone else would want to do with this information that I've relayed to my companions, I would like to consult my spirit.
And Mouse want to do something before he consults the spirit in his sword?
So he just relayed all of that to us?
Mhm.
did the witch react at all to the fact that someone actually knows what that name means?
She's just smiling at all of you at this point. Just kind of like being amused.
My character has a question for a second. So you're telling me your coven is the Order of Bin, or who's Bin? Who's in the trash?
This one's not bright, is he?
I'll
No, I'm
burn
afraid
so
he's not.
bright. I'm just like mumbling to myself, like I burn the brightest.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. You're not very smart.
I can hold my own, old hag.
Really? Because I gave you a name and you think it means trash.
I give up. I give up.
And Nick just kind of slowly shakes his head, and then looks back up at the witch here.
So before, as you do that, she goes, "The Duke is in the Order of Bin."
Put the
But
Duke
you
in the
said
bin.
it was his kind, him being part of an order. Are you saying that's all it is, or are you saying there's more to it than that? I have seen what his blood does.
Oh, you see it then? Well, then you should know. It is very powerful. He has very high up connections.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Ebenpuff and Rodney, is there any input you would have into this?
What was that aimed at?
You and
Yeah, he was asking Pyro and Nate, do you guys have anything to contribute?
Could I discern realities?
yeah, you do realize the difference between Seriatis and Spatlore, right? So Spatlore is trying to remember something. Certain realities is like in the moment, almost like perception-y kind of stuff.
Yeah, discern realities.
Yeah, go for it.
Almost a partial.
Do you want to add luck to that?
Yes.
All right, how much you adding? Like 4 to make it a full, 1 to make it a partial.
I would save your luck, just add 1.
Yeah, I'll just add 1.
All right, so of the list, you get to ask 1 question.
Alright, so I go over to the Raven guy, and I'm looking, and I ask, what here is useful or valuable to me?
All right. To you as a barbarian, what would be useful? I mean, his armor is too big for you. He's got a dagger. It's fairly old looking, but sturdy. Like it's an older kind of style of smithing, but it's sturdy. He's got a whip. So as a barbarian, you tend to think practical things are useful. So probably his weapons. I don't know. Maybe if you want to turn his head into a hat of some kind.
Yes, I would like to take his head.
All right. Nothing else badass, trophy.
And his whip.
Yeah. Go ahead and add those to your inventory. They're 1 weight each.
All
I
right.
imagine we'll end up looting the rest of that corpse before we head out, but right now we're gonna I mean, that was Nate. Pyro, do you have something you'd like to ask or do of this witch or the body?
I'm thinking for a second. Ah, I will attempt charm person on the witch.
All right.
What is the spell?
Charm
The
person.
person.
Oh, okay, go for it.
Yeah, roll your damn.
Ooh, out of luck.
You are now her best friend.
So yeah, add a luck. Even honestly, with the inherent negatives, considering you're like holding her prisoner, you still succeed. So, as long as you do not do her physical harm or prove otherwise, she thinks you're her ally.
Okay, question. Does telepathy require a roll?
Is it a rote? The only things that don't require rolls are rotes.
As divinite, it's
Wizard
not.
calls them differently, I think.
Oh yeah, what is the yeah, sorry. They call them something different than the wizard.
Cantrip.
Cantrip, yeah. If it's a cantrip, you can just do it. So telepathy would require a roll.
Well, you got hot dice. Roll it out.
What are you trying to do?
Talk to her in private.
Do it. Do it.
So I will try that.
All right, go for it.
Slide into her DMs, baby.
Shit, yeah.
Damn, son.
I
Gonna
ask her
engage in a
telepath-
steamy private message conversation here.
I ask her telepathically how she initiated this ritual in order to drain the power from the tree.
So she conveys this very long, like, list of things she had to do. Planting a bunch of cursed seeds at the base of the stones, sacrificing a bunch of stuff. She had to draw power specifically from the Queen of Crows, and that's why the her servant was there as a conduit of sorts. She hadn't finished drawing the power yet. You guys kind of interrupted. And there was, she gives you like the exact incantations and cantrips and stuff to do it.
Using this information, can I reverse the direction of the flow of power using a ritual?
Like drain it from the queen?
Wherever it's going, reverse the direction.
The best you could probably do is sever it so that she can't draw it, even if, like, block her permanently. You probably can't draw from her power directly, because she would inherently... I mean, if somebody's trying to draw power from you, you would try to actively stop them. But you could stop her from reaching this thing's power.
I'll try to sever the connection using the ritual.
Alright, it's going to require a couple more sacrifices. So, some various nature, like animals like deer, wolves, things of that type. And then it'll take a couple hours.
Well, the witch is stuck here anyways, so
Guess you can start setting that up while the rest of us decide what we want to do.
All right. Yes, I got something I could do while you're doing your ritual. All right, but I'm gonna need to lawyer a bonus on the roll, if I could, because one of my allies has her very intricately drawn in, and feeling of on our side, or at least their side, could I get a like a +1 to the roll if I'm trying to perform some sort of persuasive maneuver?
As long as Pyro is aiding you, as like not saying like, no, this guy, fuck this guy. If he's doing that, then no. But if Pyro's like, yeah, these were my friends, and thus you're your friends.
Shit. Pyro, I'm gonna out of character remind you that I've pissed you off something fierce. You're infernal filth. Fuck you. Go back to the mountain that you crawled out from under. Also happens to be the mountain of my people.
Why should I help you?
Shit. I was doing that mostly out of character. And so
Yeah.
I'm gonna, in character, I would have been like, so, Eben Sprinkle. That's your name, right? Eben Puff? Yeah. Horny one. Yeah, you. You seem to have this guy wrapped around your finger. And I'm a pretty persuasive person myself. In fact, I can light a fire in people that can't be stopped. But, I'm gonna need a little help from you.
What do you want to do with her?
I was hoping that we could turn her against her master and send her trucking right back to her wherever she is and just take that staff of hers and blow a nice fireball right in her face.
This would certainly kill her, so I agree.
Oh, I might have judged you incorrectly, my friend. This might be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Or at least a working relationship, I mean.
Friends with benefits.
To slay her. I'd like to get some of her blood on my blade while she is still living.
I don't know about that. Doesn't Nick have her frozen or whatever?
You've already
she
tried to
shed
attack
blood?
her once. It'd be easier to just have her kill herself upon her own allies.
Well, frankly, don't you already have her blood on your blade? You already, took her shoulder.
Yeah, there is going to be some blood on your sword still from the when you attacked her.
Oh, see, I'm thinking for a second, realizing that the telepathy will get broken. I mean, the charm person will get broken the moment that she gets attacked, if she attacks them.
Yeah.
Also, the second she takes damage, the hold is broken.
Yeah, yep.
Right, my charm person and the hold are
My
both
blade.
damage sensitive.
One of the runes that are engraved along the blade of my weapon is soaked in blood. So yes, I'm satisfied with that.
All right, good. We're all satisfied. We're all happy here. And my character's gonna crack his knuckles quite vigorously. Let the master do some work here. Let me put the moves on her. So I walk over to the witch, and she's of course enamored with Dark Sprinkle. And I say, so now that you're starting to see the light, now that we can work together to ensure your personal success, boy, do I ever have an idea for you.
She's kind of, she can't move. She can kind of like move her eyes and her mouth. She just like slow turns her eyes to you and goes, you had an idea?
I did, but I really think that you had a great idea. Don't you remember saying it just a moment ago? And then, right as I finished that sentence, I utilized my skill Firebrand. When you introduce a new idea to an NPC, roll Charisma. On a 10+, they believe that idea to be their own idea, and they take to it with fervor. On a 7 through 9, their passion fades after a day or two, and on a miss, they respond negatively, speaking out against the idea. I'm trying to inception her.
Okay. So go ahead and roll. You have an inherent +1 because of your friend's help.
Do I get another +1 from the aid? So they could use their persuasion to pull on it just a bit?
Well, the +1 is from since he's charmed and he's actively.
Well, that's a partial already.
Oh, it's already a partial. Don't need it. Okay, so the effect is only strong enough to hold on. Oh, wrong spell. It lasts for a day or two. They believe the idea to be their own and they take to it with fervor. On a 7 to 9, their passion fades after a day or two. So I have a day of this effect. And here is the idea that I proposed to the witch since I cast that spell mid-sentence. So, you were just telling us how you would really love to go up to the Raven Queen and just absolutely all out show her your dominance in a completely powerful attack. Just to get the respect that you deserve. You're not just a henchman, you're a partner. You were just saying that, and I agree. You should be looked at as an equal, but you'll have to show her your power.
So she kind of looks at you like, you dumb... That's... You got a point. She's old. I mean, she's thousands of years old. And I'm a spry 102. I could go up there, show her what I can do, and demand a place not just under her, but beside her. Yes. Let me go. I will go face this Queen of Crows. Ha!
Yeah, you've got it. And just remember, you know that you've always got friends in us, right? Oh, boys.
Yes, of course. I mean, where would I be if you hadn't taken the time to hold me here and show me the error of my ways?
And Nick is kind of just chuckle about this one and pat Soot on the shoulder and say, "This one, his way with words may be crude, but he speaks with a particular fire to his words that is very difficult to deny."
See, I told you we could talk this out.
I look around and ask around if anyone has a torch.
So anybody that has adventuring gear, the way adventuring gear works is it's 5 uses. You can just say, I'm using a use of my adventuring gear. Any mundane thing that an adventurer would logically have, torches, rope, a bucket, oil, whatever, you can just mark off.
Actually, idea. Since the witch, so I'm gonna go ahead, since the witch is sold on the idea, I'm gonna go ahead and release the hold on the witch so she can move now.
All right.
And I'm gonna say, I will wish you luck in your endeavor. But before you go on this quest to gain your rightful due, I do have one further question about the minions that you were using just now to channel. Assuming that one day, so she's already said she wants to meet with us. If we're going to prove that we too are worth dealing with on an even level, odds are we'll have to prove ourselves against her little toys again. What can you tell us that may prove useful when that time comes?
Against her crows? I mean, you saw formidable, especially when there's more than one, and it's rare that there's one. I only needed one, so I only asked for one. They don't die. That you displaced. You did not kill. Holy damage seems to do more to them. Benefit of the gods and all that. Other than that, pray to whatever deities you worship and run at them screaming, I guess.
Fair enough. We'll prove ourselves on our own merits.
Oh,
Does anyone
yeah.
have adventuring gear?
Yeah, we all do. I think you do too, actually.
No, I don't. I literally don't.
Oh.
Sorry, what?
I literally don't have any adventuring gear.
But yeah, it's some people do, some people don't.
Okay.
Also, there are several torches around the pillar. I mentioned that earlier, that she was using as part of her ritual. So you could just grab one of those.
I grab one of those torches and hand one to her so that she can see her way on her way better. And I go to Traitmare and whisper him a question.
Okay.
What's your character's name again?
My character's name is Soot. Soot, like dust after a fire.
Soot. You have that one gem or item that lets you see through fire, correct?
Oh, my friend. Oh, you're clever. I was hoping to whip that little trick out a little later when we were back in town. But, yes, I can definitely track this one back home, so to speak.
Yes, track that torch and follow it home and see exactly what you can see from their base or from wherever they're going.
Very clever, very clever. Yes, I'll do just that. So I kind of, since dwarves have pretty deep sunken eyes, from what I can tell from the images, I'm going to go ahead and utilize the Ember Eye as a monocle. I'm just going to pop it into my deep welled eye socket and hold it there with my little upper cheekbone and my upper eyebrow. I'll hold it down in there, pinch it in and hold it. And then I'm going to take my fingers in like a little pistol shape and just like go pew, and aim it at the torch.
So it is an Ember Eye. Would you perhaps say that you have now a sort of impromptu flaming monocle?
Bum, bum, bum! Somebody needs to make a clip of that. Somebody, God, please make a clip of that and give it to him. Oh.
Anyway.
Alt X on your keyboard. Alt X on your keyboard if you're on a PC makes a clip immediately.
So, yeah, you do that, and you get this weird, like, you can see yourself and 360 around the flame, and then also through your eye that's not obstructed.
Beautiful. God, that's awesome. All right, so yeah, I'm glad you did that, and I'm gonna put that was Dark Sprinkle, right? Yeah, so Dark Sprinkle, I'm gonna look to you, and we're done whispering. I'm just gonna say, you know, I really did judge you the wrong way. I'm starting to like you. And then I say to the witch before she goes, oh yeah, by the way, where does all this green flame come from? You know, where does a fella acquire some green flame?
She goes, oh, that I don't quite know. That's one of the Queen's inner secrets. I personally theorize that it is the host's soul's burning, but you know, we'll see whether I'm right or not once I get done with proving myself, right? And she like punches your shoulder a bit.
Exactly. You get it, and you're gonna do just fine. I have the utmost faith in you. You're very powerful.
And she just kind of nods and then looks at all of you and then turns and heads towards the castle. So Trey, while you're viewing through this eye, it's like trying to multitask, and your character's not terribly bright. So to get back to town, you're going to have to be guided back there or something.
Well, I think we're first going to let Ebon Puff finish the ritual that she said she was going to do to block the flow of the energy thereafter, since they said that was going to take a little bit now that the witch has gone on her way. And in the meantime, we are going to, you know, loot the body and take whatever we can from what's left of the crow and anything the witch may have left in the area or about the tree.
All right. So you do need live sacrifices, so somebody needs to go get live sacrifices.
Somebody with more dex than me, I'm just gonna end up burning the whole forest down, honestly.
Ronnie, how you feel about a hunt?
Let's do it.
Oh, and in case it's not terribly obvious, I'll make sure everyone is healed up before leaving.
Yeah. So
And for the sake,
Everybody,
hold on, for the sake of role playing, can we just say the way that we sacrifice them? Can you guys sacrifice them to my flame per se? Like while I start a little fire and you burn them to death? Or does it have to be by a dagger?
the ritual just requires blood to be spilled. It doesn't really care how.
Beautiful. If you would be so kind, I've got a unquenchable thirst. It gets hot under the collar if I don't burn something. Will you let me burn those little critters? I promise to leave the blood intact. I just need to see them burn.
All right, somebody, whoever's going on the hunt, I'm assuming you'll get them eventually. Roll 1d10 for me. Whoever's going on the hunt, we'll see how many hours it takes you to get live creatures you can drag back.
Okay, half a day. Or a quarter of a day, I guess.
I'd imagine Nick can probably direct them to something with divine guidance as well. Maybe reduce
All right,
that number.
so yeah, go ahead and divine guidance. We'll see how quickly.
I mean, it's just
We'll
a
reduce
given.
that.
It's not a thing I roll for.
Oh, all right.
It's a rote.
Why don't you roll like a d4 and we'll reduce that number from the armors. All right, so it takes you like 3 hours to bring back enough. In the meantime,
While they're going out hunting, Nikolai, the device that you purchased from the
Tinker.
whoever it was, Tinkerer, yes, that's the name. Does something strike you about the resemblance between it and the Raven Queen's servants?
I'd also note that it's the Queen of Crows and it's a raven skull that he has. Just throwing that out there.
Yes, that. I'm a bit hungry myself. I have food on the brain.
They're both bird skulls, and the resemblance is not lost on me. But the trick will be indeed to find something. If I find something that belongs to an owner, this will guide me in their direction. The trick will be to find
Say
something
that's
the
the-
owner we wish to find.
Would you say that the servants belong to the Raven Queen?
Perhaps. That may work.
I'm intrigued to try placing some of the shattered. Is there any of the shattered skull remaining?
I mean, you have the entire skull, and there's also the armor.
I have the skull.
Might we have a tooth of that skull?
Birds don't have teeth.
True. Well, is there anything
Has the skull
inside
fit
the armor?
the skull?
Yeah, so you guys loot the armor. The only things you find inside, other than the two weapons and the armor itself and the skull, there is a piece of parchment with writing on it that you cannot decipher. It's... I mean, even like looking at all of you kind of pulling your minds together, it's arcane in some kind of form, but it's older than any of you know. There's no way any of you would know what this would say. And then in its like inner pocket of its cloak, there is a single golden coin with the imprint of a woman's face on it.
The coin is about the right size. Alright, so I guess we'll take the coin, and per the Tinker's direction, we'll open the lid in the top of the skull, and what do you call the name of it? Raven Skull of Doketh End. I think it's something like that. You place an item inside, and it will point towards the owner when it's held over a fire. So I'll put the coin in the skull, and then I will ask Soot if he would be so kind as to light a small little campfire a little bit distance away from the tree.
There's still a couple torches around the tree as well.
Oh, well, that works too then.
Oh, it cut
I'll
our
just
video
put it
off.
on top
That's
of
weird.
one of those and see where it points.
Oh, yep, we're over 4 hours, so Skype cut our video off.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, it cut the video off for a second. Yeah, that's what it was. Is it back on?
Okay, it might turn back on, maybe?
I can see it on this side, yeah.
Okay, cool. Skype has a 4-hour time limit on video, which is weird, but it does.
So that means that's a cue for us to wrap it up.
Yep.
This will be a quick end, I think.
So yeah, you place it over a fire, and you like try and get it close, and then you can feel it like kind of push back against your hand. And so you like let go. And it slowly rotates for a bit, and then it points more or less back towards town, and then down. And then it sits there for a minute, like you guys are waiting for the ritual to be complete, and I assume you just kind of leave it there. And then after a while, it starts moving just a tiny bit to the left. And then very, very slowly, it starts raising up. Until it's pointing a little above where you guys are currently.
It would seem that
As in up in the sky.
Not in the sky. It would be roughly, I'm just going to say, it's roughly where the castle is. Because the castle is above the town. Yes, that is currently being inhabited by, presumably, the Queen of Crows.
Right. Okay. So it would seem that pool of blood that you identified earlier, Chip, is where our banished or suppressed, what was the term the witch used? Where that minion went. And it
Time
was
out,
now
time out.
returning. There.
Sub alert. 7 months in a row. Alex CJ 1990. He's screaming. Ah! Thank you so much. He screamed, I am eternal. Okay, resume.
Nice. Well, apparently this minion is eternal too, because he just came back and is walking from underneath the town back up to the castle. So, that'll be a riddle for another day, I think. But for now, I'll go ahead and pocket the skull, the coin, and the piece of parchment we can't identify yet to commune on for a future time, and then let the ritual complete.
Question about this ritual. Is it too late to make a minor change to the ritual?
How minor?
Somewhat major minor. Can I redirect the flow of power for, instead of severing it, redirect the flow to myself?
You could. That would negate your quest, though. Just because you're trying to give the tree back to the
Dryad.
The Dryad, and you're basically stealing it for yourself instead of for the witch.
I'm considering this right now because of alignment.
Also realize that enough mystical people are here, we would probably realize what you're doing.
That's actually a good enough point. I'm going to pass on that.
All right. So it takes a little while. You sever the connection, and you like safeguard it. You go around behind all of the standing stones, and you like mark symbols in the dirt, and you do the sacrifices. And as soon as you complete, all of the thorny vines on the standing stones just recede instantly into the ground, into wither. The tree seems to move just a little bit, and kind of gives that. I don't know if you've ever heard of a storm in really high winds that just gives that like creak that it moves just a little bit. And all the trees around you rustle and then go completely silent. And there is no sound that you can hear at all. No birds, no rabbits, no wind, nothing. What else looks funny? This Trite is scrolling like crazy.
Yes, I am scrolling like crazy. Oops.
That's the only sound I could hear. Is just Trite scrolling. Sorry.
Sorry, I was scrolling. Yeah,
Anyway.
what do you say we wrap it up, guys?
Let's head back to town, see what the Dryad has to say, and see maybe we'll get an outro of what happens to this witch, sight through the flame.
All right, so I'm assuming you're using your
Calling stone, yeah.
Calling stone. So you all teleport back. You have to grab Soot, put your hand on his shoulder.
Let's bring the remnant of the armor from the guy too.
All right, you go back. You go into the tavern. The Dryad is sitting very upright and alert as you come in. And she, as soon as you walk in, she goes, "I can tell you succeeded. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hear your kind values money. So I have, and she reaches under her chair, and she pulls out this bag, and just lifts it up and sets it on the table. And goes, and it just clanks incredibly loudly. She goes, "I hope you will accept this as adequate payment. I should get back now." She stands and starts walking out, and as she walks out, the Duke doesn't look at her, but he says, "If you see your father, tell him I said hello, and I will be contacting him soon." And he's still just reading his book the entire time. And she stops dead and turns and looks at him. And then slowly makes her way out of the tavern.
Oh, that's interesting. What?
Drama.
Duke is ancient. Duke knows everyone. I think we figured this out by now.
Yeah, but it's still surprising. I mean, he knows everybody, literally.
And do we see anything through Trite's Ember Eye about this witch's climactic return to the Raven, or the Queen of Crows?
Okay, so first of all, in the bag, there is 400 gold pieces.
Holy shit. There's 5 of us, so we each get what, 80?
Yep.
Okay.
First of all, you notice it's a mint you don't recognize.
Shit.
It's not the modern mint, but it's still, it's still gold.
Oh,
so
okay.
you can still spend it. But it's not the Emperor's coin. So there you go. Part of me really wants to kick you all out of chat except for Trite and just give him the monologue and chat, but I don't know. Trite, thoughts?
Do you want me to read the monologue aloud, or is it for the sake of reading privately for the audience?
I don't know, because I kind of want the current players. These people seem to be coming back, or I don't know. It's your call. I could have it private.
So if you shared it to me privately, I would read it to the chat and they would know.
Yeah, I'd have to type it out too, which might take a while.
Nah, go ahead, do the expose, because they'll hear it anyway. They'll watch and figure it out anyway.
So there's a lot of the witch walking, just tons of her just walking. Eventually, she comes to the gates of the castle, and she speaks in a language you don't understand to the 2 crow-skulled guard that are standing at the gate. One of them literally steps backwards through the wall. And then a moment later, emerges again. And just kind of does the head jerk, like, follow me. Leads her through the castle. It is a gorgeous castle. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. There's innate stonework. There's amazing portraits and pictures and landscapes. But it's all really dusty and unused. Eventually, he pushes open these 2 huge double doors and steps aside, and you walk through. It's some kind of sitting room or like library. There's a fire lit in the hearth. Above the hearth, there is a picture of the Duke, but much younger.
Oh, damn it. I knew. Oh, shit. All right.
But, like, the eyes are gouged out. Somebody's sitting in front of it. She stands up and kind of straightens her gown. She turns and faces you. She is the most beautiful woman you have ever seen in your entire life.
I respond by popping a boner, thoroughly and raging.
She has this this odd, incredibly ancient beauty about her. You pop the hugest boner per your roll.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's got a very kind of square jaw. She's got very gray skin. Her earlobes, instead of, like, you're trying to tell if she's an elf or a human or what. Her ears are round on the top, so she's not an elf, but her lobes go all the way down and, like, connect to her jaw. She has incredibly long, straight black hair that's currently braided in an incredibly intricate fashion. He's wearing a cloak that's made up of black feathers. She turns and looks at the witch and gives a very formal greeting in some arcane language. You're pretty sure it's arcane, you're not sure. The witch says something, and you see the witch's staff raise, and she tries to cast a spell, and it just doesn't work.
Oh.
And the witch, or the woman in front of you, walks forward, grabs you by the throat, and even through the eye, you can feel the fingers tense around your throat. And she says it in one language and then in common. She says, "Who sent you?" And she says, "Agents of the Duke." She goes, "Very well. Then I will send them a message." And then you just feel this sharp pain. Those of you that are in the tavern currently, you see one of the crow-skulled minions step through the wall. They have a double-ended spear. They plant one end in the ground and then put the witch's head on the other.
Oh.
And then they walk back through the wall.
Okay. Y'all heard that, right?
New tavern decoration.
Well, that was disturbing.
And the Duke just, like, he was reading and he saw this happen. And he just turns to the rest of you slowly. It says, he closes his book, sets it down, and he says, "What did you do?" And then we're going to fade to black there. We'll let you guys out of scene.
Woo! Good session, everybody. All right, end of session.
All right, end of session. Blah, 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 blah. We're going to go to the line. Look at your alignments. JT, do you think you completed your alignment?
Very much so.
All right, mark experience. Mind Lord, what is your alignment, and do you think you completed it?
My alignment is evil to kill a defenseless or surrendered enemy, and I think I attempted that quite well with when the witch was bound and I tried to behead her.
Yep.
I'll give that to you. All right. Nate, what is your alignment, and do you think you completed it?
Neutral, teach someone the ways of your people. I believe I completed it a couple times.
What are the ways your people?
We like secrets. I believe I said that at the beginning, and then also to like we're very like social.
All right, yeah, go. All right, so you mark experience for yourself. Pyro, what is your alignment, and did you complete it?
Question: do you figure that that witch experienced terror and/or fear when she went back to the castle?
Yes.
Do I have to directly use the magic, or can I just suggest it?
You aided in it.
You aided in it. I'd give you that.
Then yes.
All right, give yourself experience. Trait.
How much would I give?
Just one for that.
Okay.
Trait. Did you complete your alignment?
I completed my evil alignment by sacrificing an unwilling victim to the flames. In this case, it was literally tiny critters, though I did try to burn just about everybody else too.
All right. Mark experience.
Oh wait, no, actually, I resulted in the witch. Well, she didn't get burned, but I thought she would.
Yeah. All right. Mark D. Good. And then, as a group, did we learn something new and important about the world?
We learned how the crows work.
Most certainly.
The ravens work. They're like...
We even started the session learning about the giant pool of blood where the raven returns to underneath the town. We learned something about the Duke. We learned a lot this time.
Lots of secrets.
Everybody mark one experience for that. Did you overcome a notable monster or enemy?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I would say the Raven Queen's minions are pretty notable.
You also, to some extent, overcame the witch, which you don't always have to kill someone to overcome them. So yes, mark experience for that. Everybody mark experience for that. Did we loot a memorable treasure?
I did.
I don't know if we I would say that Chip acquired a notable treasure in his new improved signature weapon.
Anybody else?
I'd say that the old coin in the symbol of the Queen of Crows, the mystic parchment, which Nick is going to commune to try to gather information from, remnants of the crow, and then a massive sack of gold from this dryad. I'd say that's a combination of things.
All right, so from the 3 communal questions, everybody gets 3 total experience, because you answered yes on all of them. If you are over the experience level for your character, which is your experience plus, or your level plus 1, I think, you level up. If you did, feel free to message me on Discord or Twitch or whatever, and I'll help you level up in between for if you play again. Yeah.
Wow.
That was good, guys. I think that was a really great session. Though we did go long and hard, we kicked a lot of ass, we got a lot of loot, and we survived. I gotta be honest with you, we were taking nearly all of our HP and damage, so this is very scary. This is very scary.
As a DM, I'm gonna go ahead and say the luck thing really messes with how hard I can make encounters.
That's fair. I mean, I had 3 HP and I came back. It's fine.
Like one of the first sessions, I was like, "This is gonna kill them." Oh, they're fine, and so I've like been ramping it up exponentially since then. So,
well, I gotta say that when Trite would have taken 28 damage in a single attack from 3 bugs, that took a lot of lawyering to bring it down so he didn't just bite it right there.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you guys are being smart about how you play. I've DM'd for players that are just like, I attack it. Do you want to do anything else? I attack it, and they died. So,
Yep.
you're all being smart about it.
And thank God for that. Good tanks, good healers, and, you know, a damage dealer that can't quite get a fucking Burning Brand summon the right way.
All right. Trey, do you want to kick people out of chat so I can do your closing cinematic?
Yeah, I'll take it. All right, I'm going to kick you guys out of Discord, but I got to say thank you. Thank you to Pyro. Thank you to Nate.
And
Go ahead.
I was going to say thank you to yourself and Baron Sheep for running the session and having us all along.
Hell yes. Agreed full well. I hope you guys enjoyed this session, and I'm looking forward to many, many, many more sessions with you guys. We do this bi-weekly. That's every 2 weeks. And so just keep an eye out on social media and things like that. This is the first time that we've ever had to actually do the lottery and do the raffle for spots. But I imagine that might become more of the norm as people build their characters and are quite taken by this campaign. So make sure to show up early every second Friday. And, you know, I really enjoyed having you, and I'd love to see how your characters progress.
Also, check Trite's subreddit, because the other campaign is going to start going out soonish, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. So you'll be able to participate in operating another character as a group where the highest upvoted action on the subreddit post gets executed by the character, and Baron will make another post to tell you what has happened in response to that action and let you take another action as a group. So the comments on the thread are how you propose an action, like, oh, flush his head down the toilet. And if it gets 6 upvotes, then his head's going to be flushed down the toilet. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And if you need the links to those, they're already in chat right there. There's the subreddit and all of our other socials. Make sure to follow them all. Aside from that, thank you so much, not only for being subscribers, but thank you so much for being much, much more than that. Pillars of our community. And thanks for upholding today with us collectively our motto, which is learn a name and play a game. It's been tremendous playing with you guys. But now I got to kick you out. This has never happened before, so this is all new to me. But anyway, take care.
All right. So, I'm going to just give them a second so that if they want, they can load the stream. Trite, this has been fun, as always.
Yeah, this went over, but it was still really fun going over.
I genuinely enjoy how much your community tends to actually engage in the lore that I set up and not just try and kill everything.
Yes, we've learned a lot, and we keep learning so much more. It's going to get crazy.
I'd also like to point out, these are the notebooks.
Oh, with all the lore in it?
I mean, there's other stuff in some of these, but yeah.
That's awesome. I'm also really, really glad that I got, and I just saw somebody in chat, Maniac Tropical said, you're a noob to D&D, so you must watch and learn. I'm going to actually recommend to you, Maniac, that you show up one of these Fridays. It'll be 2 weeks from today. We'll do this again. If you show up early, if you subscribe to the broadcast somewhere in between that time, it's a subscribers only session. But if you get in, we will show you the ropes. We will just make sure that you've got the spotlight, that you can take some actions, that you have a moment to chill and catch up. Just we'll cater to your every need as a newer player of tabletop role-playing games. We'll help you become a pro in no time, my friend. I highly recommend it. But other than that, what was I saying? Yep, anyway, had fun. It was great. So what's the secret you got to tell me, buddy?
All right, so we fade in on the Duke alone in the tavern. It's late at night. He's pouring himself a drink. He's pouring himself a drink out of his tankard. And he stops. And he just kind of listens for a moment. And then he sets his drink aside. And he grabs a second mug. And he fills that. And then he grabs them both and he walks back over to the table he was sitting at. And he says as he's walking over, I was wondering when you'd show up. And he sits down at his table, and there is a teenage-ish boy. He's 16, 17-ish. He's got kind of a scruffy beard. The Duke sets down one of the mugs in front of him, and then takes the other himself and takes a deep drink. The boy is wearing... They look like they were at one point really nice clothes, but they've since gone to rags. His hair's disheveled. It looks like he hasn't slept in who knows how long. And the boy says, well, any time that anything goes awry with you, Eckhart, I show up. Takes a deep drink. And Eckhart takes a drink, sets his drink down. Goes, I think she is seeking to master the black flame again. And the boy goes, oh, much worse than that. Much worse, Eckhart. She wants to kill me. Takes a deep gulp. Eckhart looks at him, shocked for a moment. Sighs and says, shouldn't surprise me. Her ambition has only grown. I don't know how she's gotten out, but you know I'm trying to stop her. You know I'm doing everything I can to keep you uninvolved. The boy sets his drink down and says, I know I can't. But if this does not stop soon, I will have to step in. And I will have to end it all.
Ooh.
Eckhart picks up his mug again and says, I know. And takes a very deep swig, and as the camera zooms out, the boy is gone.
Interesting. Okay. I wonder. All right, you've got me on a cliffhanger this time. Oh my god. Oh man, I feel like I just finished a good episode of a television show and I'm like, fuck, I just want to watch the next one.
But fuck you can't. Not for 2 weeks.
Oh man.
You can't even find leaked spoilers because they're only in here.
Don't leak them. Don't leak them. I'm curious about this. Man, dude, this is going to be great. All right. Well, Baron, as Mindlord mentioned, thank you so much for building this whole campaign and letting us run it because it is tremendous and I think it's really worth our time. It's a great time to spend with our subscribers who show up and participate. It is tremendous. I've had a lot of fun so far and we've created a lot of really memorable experiences that I really enjoy. So thank you again for that. And I have an announcement to make, just a general stream announcement. I will not be live the next 2 days, maybe for a little bit, but I'm attending a convention as a guest. And I must go. I must travel the next couple of days to this convention and meet a bunch of people in real life who are members of our community, who are also supporters of our community, like other streamers. And just the convention itself has done so much for us. So as I'm a guest at GEXCon, which is in Fredericksburg, Virginia, I will not have the stream up. Maybe a few streams here and there because I'm going to be doing a promo stream at the con. But, you know, who knows if the internet's going to hold up or anything like that. But thank you so much. Other than that, the next time you can catch the stream is Wednesday. Next Wednesday, you'll be able to catch the stream. Monday and Tuesdays, there's no stream. I take that time to work on stream projects and just kind of do some self-care. Just make sure that I stay sane in this whole crazy world that we live in. And I am the king of a kingdom, after all. The kingdom needs me on Mondays and Tuesdays, so that's perfectly fine as well. But other than that, I think we're going to sign out for the evening. And I wanted to say thanks to all of our players. Nate, JT, Pyro, Mindlord, thank you. Thank you, everybody who tuned in. I hope you have a great night, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye. And also, thank you to each and every one of these triumphant Trite Knights and new Trite Sprites, because the kingdom is growing every day, and the kingdom is empowered by those that continue the crusade for kindness, caring, and compassion. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.